This is actually retarded. Why are we doing this to ourselves?
I've wanted to do this exact segment going through this for years. I've probably wanted to do this segment since the very first day I started on YouTube.
I'm going to be real.
I've been thinking about this for like 15 years.
This shit for me is like what I like watch privately. Red Cow Arcade, ripping on like the old nostalgia stuff. It's always so fun.
He got dismantled. He had nothing. This is one of the most savage beatdowns the world has ever seen.
I am actually cringing so bad. Let's do it. Guys, my dream has been to A-log Angry Joe.
Angry Joe. So we're starting off here with the classic $7 Sanchez clip. No documentary shitting on Angry Joe would be complete without this moment. This is like the old reliable for Angry Joe A-logs. Like, this is all you really need to just completely destroy Joe. But at the same time, it's like, what has really happened since this point other than his like bloated, fat alcoholism? You know, I mean, hopefully we find out here, but this is pissed off Pablo, $7 Sanchez in the flesh, just gritting his teeth, seething that he's getting milked by Xbox or something for all of his money.
You people care about.
When you think of the,
it's like this is the only thing that these corporations care about. Yeah,
no doubt.
No
buddy.
shit.
You know, like, what did you think they wanted, pal?
They care about money.
And rainbows. Oh no!
By the way, did you hear Sony's so mad right now at Naughty Dog? They're like, you better finish this game, Intergalactic Heretic Project, or you're not going to get any more money. So Neil Druckmann is seething. I'll talk about it on Locals tomorrow.
I'm sure Phil's fired up about that. He hates Druckmann.
I fucking hate Druckmann.
Viewer archetype of the early YouTube days, the angry video game nerd comes to mind first. But people often forget that there was another man in the genre.
You forget about Irate Gamer, buddy?
Wait.
It's already a failure, Gamer from Mars. There's somebody you forgot, buddy. What about Chris Boers, buddy? The true OG.
You know, it's so funny. He goes,
what about Spoonie, buddy?
Here's how old we are, bro. He goes, but some people forget about Angry Joe. And I'm like, really?
I don't. There's not a day that goes by where I don't think about Angry Joe. You know, every day I think about Joe and I'm like, what is Joe up to now? Where is he now? It's the same thing with Spoonie, you know?
And getting just as many views as James, but instead of
every time he tweets an anti-Trump tweet, I always tweet under his tweet in the thread. I always go, seething again, are we, Angry Joe? And I always ratio him each time I go into his thread.
Suffer Joe.
Every time.
Covering old video games, he focused on new ones.
Trust me, many feminists love sex.
Jose Antonio Barca.
Oh, the cringe of it. That was from Joe's like Gamergate hot take where he was he was white knighting for Anita Sarkeesian and talking about how we'd get so much sweet feminist pussy if we white knighted for Anita. What a bitch.
God.
AKA Angry Joe, has been a prominent voice in the online video game community since practically its inception. But over the years, his reputation has altered drastically. He may have started.
He goes to McDonald's a lot.
But over the years,
look at this before and after. He's a pig. Look at it. Look at the fat deposits, buddy. Holy,
bro.
His reputation has altered drastically.
Oh my
He may have started as a passionate defender of the rights of the oppressed minority known as gamers. But these days, many of his past fans...
Yo, Art can't even hold his laughter. This guy's like laughing. He's like,
they're oppressing us. They're demanding I buy the DLC and pre-order the games. No.
You know what I hated? Whenever he did the Capcom guy, The greedy
corporate commander or whatever.
I hated that.
Joe, we're going to take all of the profits. It's like, okay.
It's so gay.
View him as a shell of his former self. But I've been wondering, is this an accurate representation? This is the story of the rise, golden era, and eventual decline of a YouTube legend. So let's begin the
decline. Like, Angry Joe, when he sees this, is going to scream like whatever Mexican.
Rattled, buddy. Angry Joe, I'm going to get some tequila and drown my sorrow. Maybe eat some enchilada. Make me happy. Quesadilla.
At the very beginning. Joe Vargas was born on June 18th, 1984 in Austin, Texas.
Okay.
He had been a fan of gaming for pretty much his entire life.
Old!
84, so he's 42.
He was an early member of the online community.
42 years old? Oh no, buddy. He was born in 1984. Coincidentally, the same state that his democrat politics want to bring us into, guys. We have to stop Angry Joe from transforming America into Big Brother's 1984. We gotta stop him.
He's old.
That was forming around the hobby during the 2000s. As a fan of the burgeoning angry reviewer genre, Vargas was inspired to create the Angry Joe Show YouTube channel. The first upload came on October 4th, 2008.
He actually is a ripoff.
He's a fraud. He's derivative.
By the way, I hate when he goes like angry review of whatever, but it's like a positive review.
It's not even an angry review. It's like it's this weird idea that he has where he has to put the word angry in everything, including in 2026. Like, I get it in 2009. I don't really get it in 2026. You know, it doesn't. Angry reaction.
He's like angry reaction. He's like, I love this game. It was amazing. It was so fun. And you're like, that's not an angry reaction.
But he doesn't even really get mad, you know. It's so fake every time that he's like angry. You can tell he's like forcing it. It's not his genuine reaction.
Like the Madden, the yearly Madden, where he fucking is surprised it's the same game.
He's like, it's the same, OJ. Oh, 4 options. It's the same. And then like they'll fix it and they'll give him like 60 faces to choose from, but it's still not good enough. Yeah. Because they should have done it last year. There's just no winning, Blue, right? It's like
$20 for Blue.
You bought Madden and you expected it to be much different than last year.
How could they change it anymore?
It's been 20 fucking years of Madden where it's the same game every fucking year.
Like he's like, oh, okay.
Titled, That Pisses Me Off, Madden 2009 Hard.
Oh my God. Speak of the fucking devil.
The real hardcore gamers were playing Madden 2009, bro.
Hardcore gamers.
That's where the real hardcores are at.
Brief comedy.
His first videos in front of a fucking McDonald's. The foreshadowing on this, really.
No Superman shirt. Wow.
Joe's over competitiveness.
Madness! This is madness!
Wow, other Joe looks so weird. What the fuck?
I know. What the hell? Other Joe is white? Is that Game Dude? He is the Game Dude.
Is that Game Dude? No.
So, is that actually Game Dude?
Is that Game Dude?
It looks a lot like Game
I don't think
Dude,
so.
bro.
I don't think so. You never watched the Game Dude documentary, did you?
I did watch it though. It's fucking crazy.
It's the best, man. The dinosaur talking.
We never did it on the show. We got to do it.
I did it post show, but it was like 200 viewers at like 8 in the morning. We'll do it one day though. Honestly, pretty good green screen for that time.
This is what a majority.
His production values were better than a lot of the crew at that time, but it hasn't aged great.
No.
Of his older content looked like, as it took him a while to nail down a solid structure. He cranked out uploads at a rapid pace, sometimes posting multiple times a day. The channel during this era was, to put it bluntly, bizarre. Even as he learned to craft a cohesive format for his upload.
What's really fucking sad is that Spoonie had more talent in his fucking pinky than Joe had in his entire body.
Yeah.
But because Joe spammed out a bunch of fucking slop and continues to till this day, he's successful and a multi-millionaire, and Spoonie's a homeless bum sponging off of his brother. It's not fair.
I'm going to be real, though. I watched Spoonie's FF13 review recently, I think on a post show or with Psycho on Locals or some shit like that. It's not good. The shit he complains about, you're like...
By that time, though, he had completely fallen off.
Yeah,
that was one of the last reviews that he ever did. I mean, a lot of his complaints about a lot of games actually make no sense if you've actually played the games.
Yeah.
You know? Since I hadn't played a lot of the games he talked about, I would just go along with it. But like a lot of the stuff he complains about in the Final Fantasy VIII review is like nonsense.
Yeah, beyond. But 13, he was like, how could lightning jump off this high tower? I'm like, who fucking cares? She's backflipping and fighting robots with chainsaws on their hands. Oh, how did she jump from here? I don't know. It's Final Fantasy, you retard. Fuck Spoonie.
The dialogue.
I'm glad his fucking life was fucking ruined, bro. Fuck Spoonie. Honestly,
well, it's entirely, in all truth, it is entirely his own fault that it failed because he just stopped. Had he kept going in any sort of capacity, he would have been fine.
Yeah.
But he had like a mental crisis where he was like, so upset that people were making fun of him on Dead Horse Interchange and shit that he like just broke down. He like turned off all the comments. He couldn't handle it, and then just never produced anything after 2015. It's actually been 11 years since Spoonie last dropped a review.
Camouflage, you're right. Fucking the suplex on FF6, the train. Like, relax, Spoonie.
Was still largely.
By the way, I hate FF13. You know, I recently started playing that game. It does suck.
The hallway simulator?
You know what? I watched the video of some guy being like, we were all wrong. It's like 500,000 views. And they're like, the game's actually a masterpiece. It was $2, so I bought it.
Joe looks like he's at the Glory Hole Club in this, doesn't he? Like,
Yeah,
he looks like he's about
he
to
looks like a gay porn star here. He does.
Fucking tips, you fucking queer.
He does.
Scripted and just a stream of consciousness. This was also the case for the first video in his Angry Review series, posted on October 28th talking about the game of Far Cry 2. He was accompanied by his friend Chris, aka Tons of Fun, although he'd credit him here as Chris the PC Guy, who was Joe's most frequent co-host in the beginning.
You know, I have no son is talking about you Dead Horse Interchange, and he's like about Monty urinating tree and Armake 21. Armake 21, rest his soul, has passed away. He's departed from us, one of the original legends. Urinating Tree, however, I watch his content nearly every week. Like whatever Urinating Tree puts out, like his sports ball content, I think he's the best at sports ball content there is on the entire fucking platform. It's unreal.
Okay,
actually.
Tella on Twitter goes, I'm watching your show right now. Actually, Jason Schreier defended Neil Cuckman and said Sony isn't actually mad. Well, let me tell you something about Jason Schreier. He is the biggest fucking retarded hole on the entirety of social media or journalism.
I actually don't even know who that is.
He deserves to be thrown in a pit of lava. You know, he blocked me for he was like, Marathon is doing amazing.
Here it comes.
Marathon is doing amazing.
Comes.
And I'm like, how? And he blocked me for that. And now it's like failing. No, Veilguard. He defended Veilguard.
Maybe you deserve to be blocked, buddy.
Jason Schreier.
Do you ever think about what you did to upset Jason Schreier?
Listen.
But no.
Iconic leather jacket and black Superman shirts, which remains his signature look even to this day. It wasn't long before some slight lore began to develop. Joe's viewers
what is it
were
with
the
Mexicans in the Superman shirt? You know, like Superman's not Latino. You guys know that, right?
Yeah, he'd fly you right back down south.
I love Superman. Oh, okay.
Joe Show army.
I'm so sick of Superman, bro.
And their mission was to defeat the predatory corporate
he's an illegal alien, I guess so.
Fuck
that's right.
Yeah.
He's
actually,
not from America.
That's why they love it. Right.
Practices that had infected the video game industry.
The angry gamers will have a voice. A massive angry gamer army.
It's a gamer army. No! It's cringe. That's fucking brutal, Joe.
Oh.
I'm forming a gamer army. Oh, then he's against Gamergate? Sure, pal.
Sir, yes, sir. Have this army.
But sometimes their mission was just whatever Joe wanted it to be. For example, in the video, The Epic Fight, Joker Captures Angry Joe,
what?
The game reviewer is kidnapped by the Batman.
This is like Melvin, brother of the... Can we pull this up? Can we search this title and watch it right now?
What
I bet
video?
you this is the thing is, these like early 17-year-old, the one that's on screen right now, bring it back 5 seconds. These 17-year-old Angry Joe videos, I don't think anybody actually watched him at this time to remember this shit.
Okay.
Whereas like Nostalgia Critic was always under the microscope and everybody remembers like the Bart video game review and like the fucking Melvin, brother of the Joker, and all of his failures.
Angry Joe, The Epic Fight.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be fucking brutal. The cuss cannon is about to be unleashed, everybody.
You ready for this?
No!
The logo, dude.
No! It's fucking retarded. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Joe Show presents your source for next-gen video game parodies.
What?
Your source for next-gen video game parodies.
No, it's not even that. It's next_gen, but why? Okay. All right, Joe. Sure.
Is this Melvin, brother of the Joker level?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. I wanted to find out if this was Melvin, brother of the Joker level. That was my whole...
Sorry,
Holy, we may have to watch Melvin, brother of the Joker after this one and have a decision.
How many subs?
We'll see though if this is even on the level. We need like 50 subs to watch.
Thank you. Someone in the chat
Melvin,
saying awesome show. Yeah, this is a fun show. Like honestly, like the variety. It's nice to be back to variety. You know what I mean? I like fighting.
How's my little friend doing? Are you doing well? I'm coming to visit you. Give you a little hug. Maybe pick on you a little bit. Stab you.
What impersonation is this?
What version of Joker is he going for?
Where are you?
No.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
Okay.
Who is this?
Is it Robot Chicken? It's Robot
I'm
Chicken.
gonna say this right now. Like it's pretty bad, right? But Melvin, brother of the Joker, is on like a unique plane of cringe. Like it's so bad. Like it could only have come from the mind of Doug Walker, where Doug has these like crazy dreams that are always shit. And he brings it to life, you know? I don't know if Joe's going to have it in him to create anything as iconic as that. I just... Splippity sploosh. Splippity sploosh. Melvin! Melvin! Okay.
Hey, Joker.
What the fuck?
Joe's going to try, though. Joe's going to try.
When do you get a load of me?
Oh, where the fuck is he? What the
My fans saw your movie and now it's time to pay.
Somebody in the toes! You stepped on my toes! You mother... Yeah, you like that? You want some? You want to go? Oh, you don't even play fair!
This may be the worst thing.
It's so fucking bad, Joe. What were they thinking?
Oh, fuck. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use that with my jacket.
Conspiracy of Everything has gifted 50 subs.
What?
For Melvin, brother of the Joker. All right, pull it up in another tab. I don't know what's actually worse, because like this is just so forgettably trash. Like there's a reason nobody remembers the epic fight, Angry Joe versus Joker.
But they remember.
Whereas like they remember Melvin, brother of the Joker. They remember the supervillain shuffle. They remember the wall review. You know,
because of how shit
Joe
it is,
just,
though.
Yes, but like it was, I don't know. Doug is just like so earnest with his cringe. You know, like he lays it all out on the line. Whereas Joe is just making derivative slop. Doug is a uniquely cringe piece of shit. All right.
Melvin, brother of the Joker. Melvin, brother of the Joker.
No, I don't know. I don't know, dude.
We're going to need more subs.
Melvin, brother of the Joker. I'm cool. Hello. Hi, I am Melvin, the brother of the Joker.
I don't know. To me, this is just more entertaining than Joe. This has got to be like the 5th time that we've watched this on Kino.
I'd say
Casino.
third. It's definitely the third time. It's definitely the third time.
Sure, a lot of you haven't heard of me, but I am the brother of, yes, the infamous
Conspiracy of Everything for the big
Joker. You know, why so serious, you know, all that stuff. Actually, I too have been working on my own catchphrase. Sploopity splooch.
It's fun. You know, he's trying. He's at least trying, you know?
He thought it was good. You know, like, you know that Doug thought that he, like, cut a banger. Like, this was going to go mega viral.
I don't know. It is growing on me, no?
Oh, it's better. It's better than what we just saw from Joe.
By a lot.
Even though it's worse, I'm a lot more entertained by this, even if it's in a very cringy way.
Psycho says, I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing when we last watched this bullshit. Like you know what I mean?
May not be as catchy, but I think it works. So, yeah. All right. First of all, I'd like to welcome all the newcomers to my blog. Hello. Hopefully, we're going to talk a lot about.
He thought this was going to be an ongoing series. You know, like he thought that this was going to be the next Ask That Guy, the next bum reviews.
The next Lonely Girl 15.
That's what he thought.
Evil. Did I repeat myself? I guess it doesn't matter. You know, because evil does repeat itself. It's all about getting that massive. I don't know where I'm going with that. Anyway, okay, so today's secret subject, or not secret, I mean, this is all secret, don't tell anybody, but, you know, today's...
I'm gonna be real, I actually don't think that Angry Joe is creatively capable of delivering a performance like this.
No, right.
Like, I don't trust him to do like a minute, let alone 8 minutes of improv like this. There's no way he could do it.
No.
And I'm not even kidding. Like, at least Doug tried. At least he had the ambition to aspire to be great. You know, he was daring to be great here.
Yeah.
And it's just like with the wall review. It could have been brilliant, you know.
Well,
a big subject is
this Doug apologetics, like just the biggest janitor for Doug you could fucking be, buddy. Like, this is a genius. Dare to begin, retarded.
The thing about ray guns is that they are very, very expensive, as I found out. So what you're gonna want to do, if you want to get a ray gun, there's all sorts of ray guns you can get.
He really is the Eddie Murphy of our time, isn't he?
Oh my god, bro! It's just like Norbit, buddy. You remember Norbit?
I've never seen Norbit. I remember the trailer though.
No one has. They're like the Adventures of Pluto Nash.
I've never
Has
seen
anyone ever seen that
no.
fucking movie? No one's ever seen.
Is that the one where he's like in like a bloodstream? And he's like a dog.
No, that's Osmosis Jones, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
right?
yes, that's what I'm thinking of.
Was he even in Osmosis Jones?
Maybe not. What's Pluto Nash?
Was he? Well, that was Chris Rock, right?
Black people. You know how it is. Wrong black
there's
guy.
Solar. There's
I want some hot chocolate.
ones that fire bullets.
Let's see how low we can get this viewer count.
There's
I can't believe that there's 6,000 of you actually watching this slop.
Can we please
I'm so
ask,
glad. I'm so glad that I can subject thousands of people to this
We're having
and they
fun.
don't leave.
We're having fun. I want one day, Ash, we got to do the entire trilogy all in a row.
There's no way we can do it.
We could do it.
Like you're saying,
we start at
okay.
the show at 5 o'clock, 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Eastern.
So you're saying we do Kick-Assia, which I think is like an hour and a half. Suburban Nights, which I think is like 2 hours. It's like 3.5 hours. And then 4 hours of To Boldly Flee. We're talking about 8 hours.
We could do it. Come on.
Sire.
Would you guys watch it? Would you all be there? You have to promise, though. Someone says they'll donate 5,000 subs.
They won't. They won't, man. People forget that there's a 5th movie that they did also called Uncanny Valley. You ever see that one? Where I only remember like Doug dressed as like I think like Skyrim or some shit.
No,
he's like in an office. Like it was like a series of like short films that they did called Uncanny Valley.
Ash, what about
we'll never be able to make it through the
Pop Quiz?
Hot Shot. So we watched a fair amount of Pop Quiz Hot Shot when you were over.
We watched the whole thing. Remember?
Yeah, I think we watched all of it that exists.
Every episode, and it was the worst thing ever created. Oh, and then Buddy took over. What was his name?
It was just not very good.
The
when
bald
Cinema
guy?
Snob took over,
it was so bad. It was so bad.
It was just didn't work.
We have to watch one day.
Like
here?
I just don't even think there's much to even say about Pop Quiz Hot Shot.
No,
you know, like
it's the worst show ever made. Cinema Snob movie was Kino. I love that movie. I thought it was great.
Listen, yeah, Cinema Snob is fucking Kino, but him as the game show host, you can just tell that he just like stole all of the money for the set and snorted it up his nose or something. Like he just didn't give a fuck. Like there's no way. I think they raised something like $50,000 or 75. Was it $75,000?
How?
For Pop Quiz Hot Shot. And they claim that they spent that on the set.
It looked like nothing was.
No fucking way, bro. And I think it was based that they scammed the fans like that, to be honest. They ran so many scams on these fans back in the day. It was awesome. By the way, do you know it's like over $500 to get a copy of Kick-Assia on DVD?
I'll buy it right now.
And I'm seriously considering paying.
Listen.
I think it's like $3,000 to get the autographed copy.
I'll do it.
And I'm thinking about it.
Look,
we're gonna need to do a fundraiser to get me the copy.
I own the SNES retro stuff. If I spend it on that shit, I'll buy it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna watch the?
It didn't
even
work.
I can't justify paying the $3,000.
No, for that shit, it's bullshit. No. I'd rather buy an SNES game.
Like, I don't know, man. If I get it signed by the whole cast. And I get like a signed poster, maybe. This is grim, though.
I'm getting
I would have to be a multi-millionaire to actually justify it. And even then, it's like, what's wrong with you?
Do you remember this shit? And we'll watch more of this in a second. Remember this?
Yes. To atop the fourth wall where bad comics burn.
This movie isn't even good, like in a like.
No, it's like
cheeky, funny.
Is that Kyle Calgren?
Good afternoon,
no,
Mr.
it's
Linkara.
not.
My name is Alan Park. I'm with the United States government.
Okay, no, this movie I'm telling you guys
is a libertarian. He doesn't like the government, guys. He's a sovereign citizen.
His mecha fucking. You want to continue? Okay, let's finish.
You remember fucking? Well, okay, let's go to Melvin. But we're gonna go off on so many side tours during this thing. But that's the whole point of this sort of a segment.
Exactly.
Honestly.
What? I'm thirsty. Make me
Yes,
some hot
I was bringing up
chocolate.
Iron Liz. Linkara fucked a tranny named Iron Liz. Somehow I think Linkara was actually the most right-wing member of that guy with the glasses. Like, I think the lore was that he was like some sort of libertarian, but he was having sex with a tranny. So I don't, it's grim.
That's my secretary. She is very, very evil indeed.
Why haven't you taken out the garbage yet?
Mom, please don't annoy me.
Then keep it down, Melvin.
No, I have to do this.
Keep it down. I'm trying to watch Columbo marries Matlock.
I will try to keep it down.
Okay.
What?
This is the
I didn't
pure
hear you.
grade
I said I will
A
try to
Colombian
keep it down.
yayo crank.
Melvin, you're
Some good
hurting my
speech, man.
ears.
So anyway.
Such a failure.
Mom!
Why can't you
So far, we have lost
Mom, I
150
have been
viewers.
Wait,
We're only 2 minutes
I
in.
had some hot chocolate the whole time.
Was I?
Isn't that
Oh,
funny?
ray guns. Yes, ray guns. Now, I have someone who is actually working on a ray gun as we speak. And no, it is not my mother. I should probably address that.
right.
I do, in
Can
fact,
we
live
get
with my mother.
permission to go back to the Joe documentary, please?
We
go
got
back? I
Punktate
can't do this.
Jello for 5
This
subs.
is
It's hard. Like,
actually-
it feels like time is moving 10 or 15 times
Right.
slower than it actually is. Because it's only 8 minutes, right? And we've just watched 1 minute. But that 1 minute felt like 10 minutes.
It's like
putting your
insane.
hand on a fucking scalding stove.
Okay, conspiracy of everything. Are you there? Could you just write in chat?
We're gonna make you fuckers ask for
Mother,
Phil.
I'm not ashamed to say that. I just take a little long.
You keep fucking pausing.
Well, he's
As
gonna pause
extra.
10 times as much now, you fucking boy. You think
Longer
that's
to
gonna
get
stop
going.
him? He did it
As
again.
opposed to other
did it
people. I see no shame in it.
Felton, 247 for 5 subs.
Even though she constantly does. So, basically, when
Melvin, it's too hot.
okay, I just slipped her about 50 Vicodin, so I think we're good. Now, one of the things. God, she's like,
It's not funny at all. It's not funny. There's no comedy in this.
Melvin, brother of the Joker.
If you want to really cringe, we should watch the Red Letter Media movie, the space movie they made, Space Cop.
Oh, Space
Have
Cop?
you seen it?
They failed.
It's so bad.
What?
It's funny.
It
in
came out,
certain
what,
re-
15 years ago now?
Yeah. The production's
Oh
good.
my God.
And Rich Evans is funny, but the whole movie's retarded, bro.
Slipped a whole packet of NyQuil into her milk. She's gonna take a little nap now. So, yeah.
You want it in slow motion, someone said? Let's check it out.
Listen, let's get 25 subs to put it in slow motion.
I see a lot of villains using them, but let's be honest.
No, wait, no.
I wonder.
Why would you say that? Only 25? Only 25? It's like 100. What the fuck?
Well, let's raise the 75 more, buddy.
Okay, we'll put it at 0.75.
We don't need them. Oh, what is it that a laser gun can do that a
Every
normal gun
25 subs
do?
will slow it 0.25.
Destroy cities, sure, but if you get a gun that's big enough, it could do that. I don't know where you
It's
buy the
actually
bullets, but
better
I'm
slowed
sure they're
down.
out there. I'm sure they are out there. Massive, massive bullets.
I'd wonder Weasel for 45 subs.
Okay. We We can't do this.
Knuckle summers rattle.
Okay, maybe a ray gun will be a very, very good thing to get. I don't know. But
let's get 100 subs to go back to the Joe documentary. Who's got 100 subs to unfuck the stream? Does anyone have it?
No one's gonna give us some money, bro.
Thinking.
Surely there's somebody left.
Get some bullets.
Nintendo for 5 subs. We're 94 away.
Since we slowed it down 0.25, only 10 seconds in video have passed by.
Free Hannah Claire for 5 subs. And Darkblitz Frenzy for 2 subs. We're 88 away. We are only 88 subs away from the goal. My one-eyed Wonder Weasel says, Softwood chat. Softwood bish. You just know somewhere Phil, somewhere Ralph, somewhere Jer is just seething in fucking rage. At how bullshit this script is. Silly boom bump. Okay, we're 79 away from fixing the stream. This
is actually retarded. Why are we doing this to ourselves?
Well,
please end.
Lord.
Listen, if everybody watching would just give 1 sub right now, we could beat this goal and go back to watching Angry Joe. Real Sneed 1 with a sub. 5-3 Warrior. Lambo Calrissian. Felted Dunn says, whatever the fuck this is, it's been my favorite live segment ever. See,
exactly. People are
Penny 007 for 5 subs. Hypocrite Hambly for a sub. Jojo Son for 5 subs.
There's always like one guy who's like, why do I like him? All right,
we got a pretty good taste for Melv. Are we actually doing the whole? Oh no, still
we have a minute left.
Is it
in normal speed?
Aside. Okay, so I can't remember the words. All right, I don't care.
Okay, do we just move on? I think we've had. You're right.
All right.
We've
do
done
we go
40...
back to Joe's? Do we go back to Joe's video?
Yes.
Okay, let's see if his video really was worse than Melvin Brother of the Joker.
Oh, you mean
no,
this
yeah.
one. Okay.
Yeah, this one. All right.
Yeah, we got a taste of Melvin. Yeah, we got a taste. 45 minutes
taste
later.
Of what it was, you know.
Okay.
It wasn't 45 minutes.
That was very funny one.
Now, we can slow down Joe.
No.
If we get 50 subs.
No. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Sneed Oil is seething in chat.
Good. What you couldn't do, Batman, I just did. What the hell is that sound?
No. Oh, it's okay, Zenfire. What is this? A COVID mask?
I got a feeling the Joker's not dead. I think we'll see him again.
What? The Saw music?
A huge thanks goes out to all of you who participated in our first Angry Joe Show mission.
Holy shit, was he ever thin?
Especially Deborah 911.
He looks like a fucking 13-year-old Joe.
Like,
what the fuck?
No, he's like a fucking teenager, man. Like,
holy shit.
Crazy.
Like a high school yearbook, isn't
put
it?
the Spanish dub on. Is it possible to dub it in Spanish? Is that a real thing?
Yeah, now you can, but I don't think for old videos. I think it's only new shit. We should go to a new Angry Joe video and put the Spanish stuff on. Should we?
Go see the film 6 times. Now that's devotion. It's because of people like him that I was able to break free of the Joker's grasp. But I don't think we've seen the last of the Joker. But if he does come back, I'll tell you one thing. We'll be ready. I've received a lot of emails and a lot of private private message.
This is awful.
This is the worst thing.
I actually like, guys, press 1 if Melvin, brother of the Joker, was the worst. Press 2 if what that was the fucking worst.
The angry fight? Oh, he liked Obsession. Awesome movie, Ken. I know he keeps saying it, but it's fucking great.
It's split. But it looks like a lot of people are siding against Joe and saying Melvin, brother of the Joker, was better.
Let's find it. Let's put the Spanish subtitle.
Let's see if we can Spanish. Or is it subtitles or can we actually dub?
Yeah, dub. We can dub it.
I had no idea you could do this, but I don't have a YouTube account anymore. Thanks.
Battlestar Galactica, ¿merece la pena? Vamos a averiguarlo.
No, this was a Kino idea.
Bueno, Battlestar Galactica es básicamente un juego de estrategia. Es un juego de pícaros, vale, vas a morir. Vas a morir muchas veces, incluso en tu primera partida. Créeme, me esforcé mucho por ganar mi primera.
Please, we gotta find it's like he's talking to the camera.
No quería jugar más, pero luego me di cuenta de que no, que tienes que morir y luego puedes desbloquear cosas en el futuro que harán que las partidas futuras sean más fáciles. Pero tienes algunos casas y, básicamente, saltarás a un sector y lucharás contra algunos Zooms en este mapa estratégico general donde enviarán bombarderos.
Okay.
Honestly, you can't even tell the difference, can you?
Casas y misiles nucleares tras ti.
What does it sound like? Wait, oh, hang on. Let's hear him in fucking Japanese or some shit.
込みます。戦術的な一時停止間位、様々なが発生します。
Do we have Hebrew?
ですから難しいです。
Oh, Hebrew.
抑圧的です。最悪です。
We got Jojo-san says he looks like a
אבל זה
fat
פשוט מרגיש
Justin
בדיוק
Long.
כמו הסדרה שבה תמיד יש משהו שמתקלקל על הספינות הארורות ואז יש סוחרים. אז אתם מבינים את העניין של הסיילון. בסופו של דבר יקרה מעגל שבו סיילון יתגלה על הספינה שלך ותצטרך להיות חוקר ולגלות איזו מדמויות הגיבור שלך היא סיילון. זה בעצם ממש מגניב. אז זה המשחק. בואו נדבר על יתרונות.
All right, let's go back to the documentary. We made it 3 minutes in and took an hour detour. Okay,
the epic fight, Joker captures Angry Joe. Should we finish it? Like, what happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
Well, it's not over yet.
Oh, I exited it.
You closed it. All right, fine. Fuck. I'll never know now what happened in Joker fights fucking Angry Joe. Well, it's like 4 minutes in. Okay, what happened? Okay, here we go. Let's cut back. Okay, so
he from here.
Becomes Raiden. Okay. This is part 2, not part 1. Is this like a Project 7 on scenario?
What kind of cringe is this shit?
Bring it on, Joker!
I'm charged. Wait.
Josh is the Joker? That makes sense.
In IMAX. Or wait, IMAX. IMAX is too expensive. Shut your mouth.
Joe's poor! He can't afford IMAX! He's watching it in an inferior format!
Especially now.
What are you doing?
Okay, this is all
go back
bloopers.
To the
all bloopers.
I wonder what happened to Josh. He snaked, he turned on his day one, buddy. Turned on his day one, snaked him for fucking yes men like OJ. Josh had like a whole incredible fresh direction to take the Angry Joe show in, but Joe was jealous of him stealing his thunder, and so he brought in these simp yes men like OJ and Alex. Had Josh remained as the co-host, we would be in the golden age of the Joe Pyre right now, buddy.
Joker captures Angry Joe. The game reviewer is kidnapped by the Batman villain, who says he will only release him if enough members of the Angry Joe Show army go to the theater to watch The Dark Knight.
You own the DVD, just watch the DVD at home. No,
it definitely needed more.
Vargas
money.
later said,
I'm gonna tell you all what's gonna happen right now. There's gonna be a thumbnail of some other obscure video that we're gonna end up jumping to and spending another 45 minutes.
No, we don't. We don't know that. We don't know that.
Oh, yeah.
You don't know that.
Oh yeah, you don't think so?
You don't. You know. Hey, listen. Anything could happen.
Yeah.
that this was because
Someone went and
he wanted the film to dethrone Titanic as the highest grossing movie of all time. Once the mission is accomplished, Joe defeats...
Wait, Joe wanted to like beat Titanic?
Joe believed that he had the influence to get Dark Knight more at the box office than Titanic. You believe this?
the Joker and celebrates by showing off his Force lightning powers. You know, like Star Wars.
Right.
We just watched it. We just watched this full thing, Art.
I'll watch it again. It's pretty Kino.
No, I can't explain why the theme from Saw is playing in the background here. This is an early example of the consumer archetype, basically where nerds treat media franchises as sports teams, where they root for their basically where nerds treat media franchises as sports teams, where they root for their favorite IP to win by getting a higher box office gross for a multi-billion-dollar media conglomerate. Strange as they were, these videos gave Joe a modest audience that grew fairly rapidly, as he reached 2,000 subscribers by January of 2009.
He never should have even made it that far.
No.
Of Mike
and he wouldn't have made it much further was it not for Mike Michaud and Doug Walker giving him a helping hand, giving him a handout, much like the white man gives so many handouts to Latinos in America that they're ungrateful for, and they reward us with crime, with rape. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, he shouldn't have made it into America, in my opinion.
And Doug
Walker,
should have the owners of that guy with the glasses.
Doug's too much of a softie. By the way, like Joe will now turn around and put the knife in Doug's back and cancel him as a racist or a Nazi or some shit like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm sure he's in support of Lindsay Ellis and change the channel and all that bullshit.
Oh yeah.
And its parent company, Channel Awesome, who began talking with Joe about making content for their site. He agreed and soon became one of the most prominent voices talking about
I can just imagine Joe watching this and unironically seething about my comment about the way he's a racist. Oh no, you can't say that. Oh, like I just know he'd be so mad. You see, guys, it's mask off, and he was doing a voice about enchiladas. Oh my god, no, Trump, no. Jose? Yeah, Jose. It's not Joe, it's Jose. Jose.
Collective media reviewers. To be more specific, Joe's primary domain was Blistered Thumbs, which
he was
started
put in
life
charge
as
of
simply another
Thumbs.
page on the website.
I hated Blistered Thumbs.
Well, it didn't even last for very long.
No, it was
like
shit.
It
was actually
went under
shit.
almost immediately. Because do you remember they had a website for bar reviews?
Yes, I do.
In the Chicago area.
I forget
remember what it was
that.
called. But they did, I think, like 2 reviews, but they had an entire dedicated website for bar reviews.
There was
Bar
that.
Fiesta, that's right.
And then they moved
Holy
over
shit.
to and Normal Boots basically ripped off Blizzard Thumbs and ripped them with Peanut Gamer and all those guys.
The purpose of video game discussions in a text-based format. Blistered Thumbs proved to be very popular with the gamers in Channel Awesome's audience, and talks soon began to spin it off into its very own website. Joe spearheaded the campaign as editor-in-chief, and recruited a journalist from the site Koku Gamer named Micah Curtis to be his right-hand man. BlisteredThumbs.com officially launched in November of 2010, and quickly became one of the internet's most prominent sources for video game news and reviews.
I think Ash is like, you didn't even last very long, and then the documentary is like, It became the top website for game reviews.
It did.
He's exaggerating for sure.
This is revisionist history. You know, some gamer from Mars doesn't even know what he's talking about. We actually have a documentary in the folder that explains the entire downfall of Blistered Thumbs as well.
Wow. Let's go.
Judging from the stated mission of the Angry Joe Army, it should be obvious that Vargas
this guy is obviously 50 years old. Like, he's older than both of us, isn't he, this guy?
No, he's younger than me by 10 years, bro. He's like the 30s.
No, he's not. He's like 50 years old.
Gamer from Mars age. He was born in 1995. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh, buddy.
He's 31.
Himself as a champion for gamers and video games as an art form. You have to realize that the late 2000s and early 2010s was a time when corporate influence infecting the hobby was a big point of conversation.
You know, he used to be really fat, and there was a meme of him being fat.
I heard.
And that meme, he like left the internet for 2 years.
So angry.
No, he left for 2 years and got jacked. Yeah, like that's what he did.
Conversation. And Angry Joe was at the forefront. One of the primary targets for his ire was the Spike TV Video Game Award.
We're skipping right ahead to
video game.
What do we do? We're already at the Video Game Awards, 7 minutes in, and how Joe gets felted by Jeff Keighley. Okay, right? Sure.
While it was advertised as essentially the Oscars for gaming, Joe and many others thought it was overly commercialized and out of touch with what gamers wanted. And with his rise in popularity,
they wanted Reddit. They wanted,
I know.
He was finally able to do something about it.
This is embarrassing.
Due to this increased influence, Joe was invited to the 2010 VGA show as a journalist. His hope was to get a one-on-one interview.
He really thought he was a real journalist.
He's so stupid,
really thought
he should have just
that his
played
lame
nice.
talking points from the. I know. Well, it's not like, because Angry Joe was a fucking nobody. It's not like Jeff Keighley was actually going to grant him an hour-long sit-down interview like he was Barbara fucking Walters, and Joe was going to Frost Nixon this fucking bitch and get him to confess to shit. Like, it was never going to happen. Like, he gave him a walk and talk for like 3 minutes, dog walked fucking Joe. Then Joe cried his eyes out at the bar, got drunk, came back to the fucking press scrum and got felted twice more.
In the behind-the-scenes decision-making, and his wish was granted when the host and executive producer Jeff Keighley agreed to talk with him. Unfortunately, this did not end up going smoothly, as shortly after the event...
This is so embarrassing!
Bro, we may have to watch this whole thing back.
We
may actually
find it.
All right, let's find Joe's video about this. This video is like the ultimate cope of all copes, where even as an impressionable child, I knew that Joe was gaslighting me and that he actually lost these interactions.
How do you spell Keighley? Jeff Keighley.
I just put in like Angry Joe VGAs.
There it is.
Okay, so well, hold on. This is like a video on it. Let's just get like, where's Joe's original video about this situation?
There it is.
Let's see. Is this it? Okay, look at him. Look at him. This is his face, bro. I knew shit went wrong. I knew shit went bad from frame one. It's like, oh no, Joe.
He's pissed Pablo here.
No,
this is pissed Pablo,
bro. He should have just buried this footage and just like moved on with his life. But he posted his L, you know.
Oof.
Maybe so he could get a tax write-off. Is that the sticker? I don't know.
Nah. He looks like Hitler a little bit, no?
He looks like he showed up to the
He's
New
a
World
Mexican
and all the gold
Hitler.
was gone.
That's what he looks like, a Mexican Hitler.
In order to help you understand how pissed off I was at the VGAs and at what happened at the...
It's better to be pissed off than pissed on, buddy, but he unfortunately was both.
You know what's funny?
Jeff pissed in his mouth.
This is Angry Joe's actually angry tone. When he's like,
yes.
"What are you?" It's all fake acting. This
it's not hours.
Yeah.
No, this is him. He's actually mad. Like he's upset. His ego was crushed. His vanity was stripped away. He was shown to be a talentless hack that had no future in journalism. It's tough.
How pissed off I was at the VGAs and at what happened at the interview. I need to intro the video a little bit. You have to understand.
Go ahead.
I was in email talks for at least a week back and forth, saying that I wanted a real interview, a sit-down interview.
And you thought you were entitled to a real sit-down interview. That's what Joe believed, because he had a few thousand subscribers on. Well, that gamer from Mars is making it out like he only had 2,000 subscribers, but I feel like this was further down the line. I feel like by 2010, when this happened, right? He must have had at least 30,000 subs. How many views does this video have?
Well,
okay. See, it has like 600,000.
No,
but that's the thing, is you can't know. That's over the years, right?
Yeah, we'd have to like check his actual analytics over it.
Executive producers to ask questions from my audience and from people across the internet that have problems with the VGAs. They knew straight up what I wanted. This is what, my third or fourth real interview, and I'm going up against the executive producer of the VGAs.
Real interview. Yeah, Joe, how did you think this was going to work out, son? It's your third interview, and you're doing a confrontational, aggressive interview against an executive with a decade of media and public relations experience? Like, what were you thinking, bro? You just weren't that guy, pal. And to this day, I still think that 20 years older Joe would still get dog walked by Jeff Keighley and get completely fucking embarrassed, because his complaints was just like a laundry list of spurgery that didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, you know?
Yep.
Who he was prepared for me. He knew exactly what he wanted to do.
Oh no,
and
he was prepared.
All wrong, okay?
Yeah, you did.
I tried to be diplomatic. I tried to have an upbeat attitude.
You tried to be a confrontational fucking
initiate the invite
and embarrass this guy, and you thought you were going to walk all over him. You thought that your points were so brilliant and so witty and so self-evidently true that Jeff would have no choice but to kneel to your superior logic and wit and admit that you were right and he was going to change the show. But the moment your ideas encountered any sort of legitimate pushback in the real world, which you've never experienced before, you crumbled like a fucking bitch, because Jeff Keighley is an actual corporate cutthroat executive and you're some Mexican guy with a fucking camcorder in your room.
Poor fucking Joe, bro.
Then maybe they were willing to actually field and listen to some of our concerns.
Why would they?
But no, that's not what happened. That is not the respect that we got. Instead,
you didn't
we got
deserve respect.
I got dicked around.
You're a nobody.
And I was waiting there all day.
So we're meant to believe that some brand new guy on YouTube, mind you, in 2010, YouTube was not like it. Like, it was a pissant fucking joke. Okay. Some guy on YouTube with some thousands of subscribers is supposed to cut the line ahead of journalists that have been there for 10 years, 15 years, 5 years, like genuine publications that it would be important for Mr. Keighley to give time to. You're upset that you were put last? Who the fuck do you think you are? That you're going to cut the line and you're somebody special. You're a fucking nobody.
Guy disappeared, then finally, out of nowhere, I see him show up. He walks across the celebrity carpet, and then he disappears again. I don't know where he is.
He's a celebrity. I don't know where he is. He's crashing out, bro. You were brushed off like the nobody you were. So, by the way, this was Mr. Keighley's tactic, by the way. His brilliance is if he treated Joe like a nobody, like less than the shit beneath his shoes, which he definitely was.
Yeah.
That Joe would come into the interview with a bad attitude, seething, and try and pounce on him. And then Mr. Keighley would just embarrass him with his verbal judo. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
And out of nowhere, I literally see him sprinting towards me, and he's like, Joe, come on, you got 2 minutes.
He puts the pressure on Joe, you got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, son. Go. Just sunned him. Just dominated him. That's a corporate cutthroat fucking shark. And you're nothing but a little guppy, Joe. You tried to go into the deep end. And by the way, Joe came there with the purpose of embarrassing this guy, humiliating him, stepping on him as a stepping stone to make himself big in the industry. Make no mistake about what Joe was there to do.
Oh, yeah.
So Jeff Keighley, he put this punk in his fucking place, like the cockroach he is. And then Joe's going to have the audacity to cry as though he was done dirty? Get fucked, Joe.
Oh, Joe, you got 2 minutes. Go. That is not how you start an interview.
Did you have any balls? No, that's how you do it if you want to win. If you're not a little pussy bitch and you want to crush your fucking opponent who's there to destroy you and your show, that's how you fucking handle it. That's how you crush a fucking insight. Joe was a man. He would go, Mr. Keighley, I'm not going to interview you until you sit down with me. How about you sit down with me right now for 20 minutes? Instead, he was a little bitch and agreed to Jeff Keighley's terms, and then he got stomped out like the bug that he is. Because he was so desperate to get anything, which is like, you don't hold the cards. You don't hold the cards. He's the one. This is his event. He gets to decide who gets access and who doesn't get access. And had you actually had the platform to really demand it, he would have had no choice but to come to you and kiss your fucking ring. But you didn't. You were a clout chasing nobody who thought that you could step to the king, and you missed.
Bit of it.
And by the way, nobody will tell it this way. Nobody will tell it like I'm telling it. They're always like sympathetic to Joe and think that Jeff Keighley's in the wrong, but he 100% is not in the wrong.
Why would Jeff be in the wrong though? What's their argument?
Because corporations are mean and they want to make money and they had juvenile tastes where they thought the gamers liked women with titties and they liked Mountain Dew and they liked macho action heroes. And actually what gamers wanted was a sophisticated intellectual award show on the level of the Academy Awards where we all sniff each other's farts and pretend that this is some pretentious la-di-da bullshit. Bro. It's the God's honest fucking truth is you go back and look at the 2004, 2005 VGAs. Yeah. Are they juvenile and retarded? Yeah. But I would much rather have that be representative of gamer culture, like dude bro tits and fucking badass violence than the soy boy garbage that we have today.
100%.
100%.
I agree. Yeah, fully. Before it was like fun. Now it's like, yo, bro, how many like musical interludes are there? It's like 10-minute songs in between every fucking like three. So gay.
Give me one. I gotta make a show. Let's go.
He doesn't have to give you anything. I gotta do a show. Look at Joe. He's already so uncomfortable. He looks like he might be half in the bag. Like it looks like he may be drunk right now. Like look at him.
Listen carefully.
Give me one. I gotta make a show. Let's go. All right.
Like you can't just give me 1 minute.
Right.
Absolutely,
I can. Respect. I come into your place of business. I'm not gonna be ultra angry and tear shit up. No, I'm gonna give you a chance to fight.
No, you could have just started cursing him up and down and made him out to be a bitch. You could have. But you were scared because you wanted access, because you are a clout chasing fucking cockroach bug and you didn't have your testicles together to tell him, fuck you. So that's why you got treated like you did, because you're a bitch.
For what you created. I saw him up on the patio. I went directly up to him. I said, hey, Jeff, Angry Joe came all the way from Austin, Texas to interview you, man.
Introducing yourself as Angry Joe.
He smiled back and said,
Angry going, hey, my name is Joe. Angry Joe. Cringe. I'm Angry Joe.
Joe, you gonna rip the VGAs this year? And then I said, I gotta see the show first, man.
I've wanted to do this exact segment going through this for years. I've probably wanted to do this segment since the very first day I started on YouTube.
I'm gonna be real.
I've been thinking about this for like 15 years.
This shit for me is like what I like watch privately. Red Cow
Yes.
Arcade, ripping on like the old nostalgia stuff. It's always so fun.
Sure that we get our interview, all right? And he said, yeah, man. That right there. I put my guard down a little bit. I thought this guy was ready and willing to talk to us in a serious way. I was wrong. I was
You're not serious, though.
Give me one. I gotta make a show. Let's go.
That little smile he has.
Oh, the mold, the coat, and the seed.
Fucking burned him.
He's never recovered from this, bro. His bumhole has never recovered from the sodomy that the Doritos Pope did to him, man. He took the spiciest sweet chili heat Doritos and shoved them up Joe's bunghole. Tandoori!
He's so mad.
That is years of training. And that's proven by what follows next.
It is years of training.
So first, I'm going to show you the interview in its
first
entirety.
He's got to give us the cope. First, holy shit. He couldn't even present it as it was because he knew it was such a dismantling, such a destruction. Let's look. How much cope has he done so far? Like 5 minutes?
2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay. So he's had to set up a 3-minute cope session beforehand. Then he's going to play us the interview. And then he's going to proceed to cope for an additional 15 minutes about it to reframe the narrative.
And then we're going to come back and we're going to comment on it. And we're going to see exactly what happened.
Okay.
Okay.
Jeff finally appears at the last possible second. He says, you have 2 minutes, Joe. Let's go. Let's go. You can catch the end of my disappointment. An explanation we were supposed to get more time. Chris tries his best to restart the camera. Let's go.
It's so funny. The camera's not on. It's like you have to, like, the old camera, you have to reset it.
Go. You have 2 minutes.
Go.
Give me one. I gotta make a show. Let's go. All right. I'm here
Joe's so
with
nervous.
Jeff, who I have a bone to pick with this particular man. All right. He is the executive
I
producer.
have a bone to pick with this man.
I can't watch this.
It's like Phil Keen. You are someone who it's just.
I can't even watch this, bro.
Just
I can't.
like bitch.
This
Bro,
actually
he gets
hurts me.
absolutely annihilated. From moment one, it was already over. Jeff right now is thinking about like the steak and lobster and caviar, the champagne, the Coke he's about to snort off Melanie Mac's body in the back room and shit like that. And Joe is just totally cooked from the beginning. Like Jeff doesn't even take this bozo seriously.
I am actually cringing out of my skin right now. All right, let's go.
For the VGAs, you have a lot of questions to answer for it now.
He raises his eyebrows.
He's looking.
He like just completely ignores Joe like he's a peasant, like he's a worm. What's that? That's a lot more interesting than this Mexican gardener attempting to interview me right now. This guy's, he's like, Jeff, come on, man. Please, dude.
Jeff.
I need this. I need this. And Jeff's like, I know you came here with the agenda to embarrass me. You think I didn't see your video where you were talking all of this shit about how I'm a Neanderthal and I'm holding gaming back and this and that. Like,
so obviously, yeah. So Jeff saw this video that he was like shitting on Jeff on, and he expects to be like treated like the same level.
Well, what he thinks is going to happen is that Jeff is just going to bend over and let him sodomize him and his entire organization. And that's just not going to fucking happen. Look at the jaw mog here, by the way. Look at Jeff's profile. Look at how Chadley, look at his jawline and his chin. And Joe is just his receded jawline. He just can't match up to Chad Jeff. It's over. At this moment, it was legitimately over. It was cooked. And then Joe, after this, seethes and tries to go at the presser and just gets blown out even worse.
see.
He's hype mogged as well.
Alan McCourt. What's to be angry about there, Joe? Come on.
What's to be angry about, Joe? I have hot bitches. Joe just puts Joe on the back foot, makes him seem like a seething virgin incel from a basement somewhere.
Look at all these chicks.
Call you Angry Joe? Like, I'm gonna snort coke off her tits later, Joe. Maybe if you weren't such a douchebag, you'd be back there with me. But suffer, Joe.
Be angry about that. All right. Basically, a lot of people, I feel, think that the VGAs have turned into maybe just one big advertisement, one big marketing thing.
What do you think it's supposed to be, you dumb fuck? You don't think it's supposed to be for advertisement? Why do you think that they would invest millions and millions of dollars into putting this on? Out of the goodness of their heart? Out of a love for the art form? How fucking childish and naive are you actually as like a 30-year-old man? Seriously, Joe.
Yeah. Hang on, let me hear that again.
The VGAs are about that. All right. Basically, a lot of people, I feel, think that the VGAs have turned into maybe just one big advertisement, one big marketing thing, and essentially a big joke. But year after year.
So your life's work is a big fucking joke.
What an asshole.
You've sold out to corp. You know what I mean? Like,
by the way, this is like, when the Game Awards were the best. They were fucking hilarious and funny. And of course, there's trailers. You want to see what's new. That's the fucking exciting part. Right?
It's just like with Joe here, it's obvious from the jump that he had no respect for Jeff.
Yeah.
Or anybody involved in this event. So why should they treat him like he's a big deal, sit him down in a chair with makeup and do a studio interview for an hour where Joe just grills them over and over and over again and gets to like make a name off of them? That's what I don't understand is what did Joe actually expect to happen? Seriously. And then he believes, by the way, that like because he was treated badly like this, that like this would destroy Jeff and the VGAs, but like Jeff went on to endless success. Like this had no effect on him whatsoever. Go ahead.
Well, the VGAs are the biggest thing now, like ever. Like I can't miss them. And even I thought last year's was a bit better than the one like the last few. Obviously, there's some issues with them, like all the woke shit and stuff. But you know, anyway, let's continue.
It seems the VGA.
Yeah, it's the new E3, right? The Game Awards have become where people present their fucking shit, right? That's what's happening.
VGAs seem to get better.
Ball washing a Jeff Keighley is one way to go. I'm not ball washing him.
It's the only way to go.
You know
if you're not chilling for Jeff Keighley, if you're not ball washing either Jeff Keighley or Billy Mitchell, you have no taste and you should get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Okay? You have to suck on both of their dicks as hard as you possibly can.
If you ain't sucking their balls, I don't have anything for you. Sorry.
And I just want to make sure that consistently happens. So
you gotta let me know after you see the show tonight. What do you think?
Well, I will let you know what I think.
You're judging it before you even saw it.
We're trying to get invited to the next Game Awards, by the way.
I love the way that he just completely reframes it and makes Joe look like a total seething piece of shit, where it's like, well, you're going to have to let me know after you see the show. I mean, we've made a lot of changes this year. It's a great program. What's the problem? Why are you judging us prematurely, Joe?
Okay.
What's wrong with you?
You know what I loved about the last awards? Kojima ball washes Keighley every year, right? But on the last show, remember? Fucking Expedition won everything. And like you could see Kojima like melt down. like
oh, yeah. Well, that's what he deserves. As though he doesn't have enough accolades, though, in the industry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, figure it out, Kojima.
Sorry, buddy. You made a sequel of a mid-game. I mean, it was an okay game.
What's great about this show, I think, is that it works for gamers. The gamers love the world premieres, and I think also it shows the best of our industry to a wider, more.
Here's the problem with particular categories like best independent game fueled by Mountain Dew. Well, it kind of takes away. Yeah,
we don't have that category this show.
Oh, so you took away the best independent game fueled by Mountain Dew.
Suffer, Joe. We don't even have that category. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're not even informed about the situation, Joe. And it's like, oh no, there's a sponsorship for Mountain Dew. Who gives a shit?
Buddy, how do you think they pay for the fucking the auditorium and the speakers and the
do you think that they're just supposed to take a multi-million-dollar loss on the show?
That's the one thing. Fuck that shit, man. I hate when people are like,
silly.
Why do you have sponsors? It's like, do you think it's like a charity event? The fuck?
Well, this is the thing is, like, this is like a college dude bro socialist who has no idea how the world works. Like, you're working for the man. Yeah, I am. When you're ready to join the big boys club, you will be as well.
Yeah.
Best independent game, which is being presented by Guillermo del Toro tonight.
Love it.
Oh, Guillermo del Toro. He's like, there he goes. This is prestige. We have Guillermo del Toro. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, like Pan's Lab, Academy Award-winning filmmaker. We're raising the prestige of gaming by associating it with these big names so that no longer it'll be thought of as a child's hobby. But yeah, you go ahead, Joe, your YouTube reviews, right? Like, what have you done for gaming exactly? Yeah, right. And then Joe has no choice, by the way, but to bow down and admit that it is an improvement. So inside 90 seconds, Keeley has just completely emasculated Joe, cut his balls off, exposed him as ignorant, big leagued him, and got him to agree that the show has improved. It's over. It's literally over. Round one. Knockout. It's done.
Why is everyone else not working?
Improvement. Moving along. Basically, what?
They release him again. And Joe's trying. He's like grabbing the shoulder. No, come on, bro. Please pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. I'm important. No, you're not. You're nothing. By the way, like Jeff Keighley is supposed to not look and smile at his guests of honor at the red carpet. I'm sorry. Who the fuck are you? There's actual celebrities over here that if they don't see Jeff turn their head and look and smile, hey, bud, they'll be like, why is Jeff big leaguing me? I'm a big deal, you know? But Joe thinks that he's important, but he's not.
This is the worst.
Look, here's how I want to say it. For
this
people,
is like
Ash.
Yeah, you're probably wondering how I got here. Look at Joe. Like, that's fucking brutal. That freeze frame.
There's two people in chat who are like, oh, you guys are like, why would you be on Jeff's side? Here's my question to you guys. Well, you have two choices. You could hang out in Joe's house filming a vid with him, or hang out backstage at the Game Awards with Jeff and all the fucking crew. Go ahead. Press 1 if you'd rather hang out at Piss Pablo's house. Press 2 if you want to be invited to the fucking...
The reason why I'm arguing for Jeff is because I've never seen anybody actually defend it from Jeff's perspective. Everybody I always see tries to pretend like Joe was really hard done by and that Jeff disrespected him, but it's just my view of it is that Joe came in to disrespect him and to big dog him in his house, and he got exactly what he deserved.
Only one person hit one. It was Perfect Savage, and you are banned. Kidding.
Environment to conduct an interview in. Essentially,
he had to come in mid-interview to see, because he couldn't even let it play uninterrupted because he was so destroyed.
You might be wondering how I got here.
Like, this would never have been posted. There was only one copy of this. He should have just said, like, yeah, Jeff big dogged me. He didn't give me the interview. He was scared. That's what he should have said. Jeff was scared. He's a pussy. He didn't shut. You can't post this. What was he thinking?
You go ahead, Joe. No cope.
Oh, just silence.
Copeless.
There's no cope.
The copeless.
Oh, no.
Essentially,
one more question.
One more. It's over.
Underrepresentation of PC gaming.
The lack of underrepresentation.
Fuck off.
So look at Jeff. He's just like,
this gets so funny.
How How do I put this peasant out of his misery? I've completely deconstructed him inside 2 minutes, and now I've decided he only has one question left, and he could barely spit it out. He was so rattled, lacks composure.
No,
how shall I destroy?
This is the funniest like thing right here. This exchange.
MMO categories. It's a huge
okay, here we go.
lack of underrepresentation of PC gaming. Where's the MMO categories? It's a huge market, and yet there's no PC games, no strategy games, no MMOs.
Well, we have a best PC game category. Civ's nominated, StarCraft's nominated.
Oh, look at Joe! Look at Joe!
Oh, you lose, nerd! You lose, nerd! That was your best.
It gets worse.
And it wasn't good enough.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
MMOs.
Well, we have a best PC game category. Civ's nominated, StarCraft's nominated. What happened to MMOs for Studio of the Year? What MMOs should have been nominated for Game of the Year this year?
There are so many MMOs.
Name one.
Dungeon Fighter Online. There's one example.
Never heard of it.
Also, what other games? Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy MMO this year.
Not this year. Not.
Oh my god! I can't.
Oh!
Did Joe post this?
He did. This was his video. He posted this. He got dismantled. He had nothing. This is one of the most savage beatdowns the world has ever seen.
I am actually cringing. So bad.
Not this year.
Exactly. Didn't come out this year.
Exactly. Joe looks to the camera. Yep. You might be wondering how I got here. I completely underestimated my opponent, was completely unprepared, thought that I was so much smarter than him, so much funnier and wiser than him, and I had the internet on my side and the youth on my side. Turns out there's actually a reason why Jeff Keighley is where he's at in life and you're where you're at this point in life, Joe. Learn. Listen and learn from your betters. He took you to school, son.
Like FF11 at the time? Or was it 14 just came out?
14. Yeah, 14.
14 just came out.
Just come out. I don't know.
Okay, that's funny.
Okay, stop right here. You can tell right away this guy's fucking with me.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't
he's right
mean
though. He's
you lost on all the points.
Right. Yeah. Fantasy didn't come out this year. He said it himself. It didn't come out this year. Yes, it did.
Well, then you let yourself be gaslit, didn't you?
You should have known.
You should have known, and you should have hit him with, it absolutely did. It came out on September 9th. What are you talking about? You don't even know it's on your own presentation. But Jeff had been winning every single point to that point that it didn't even matter. It didn't even matter that he was wrong because he was so much more confident than Joe, who was completely shook and rattled. So Jeff could just lie to his face and it was over. And there was nothing he could do. Joe somehow thinks that that's a point in his favor. It just goes to show what a neophyte you were, what a rookie you are, how unseasoned you were, how shook you were, and just the delusion that you had that you were going to come in here and embarrass this guy. This is what happens to you.
Like calling him Edith Hernandez.
He was trying to put me on my back foot the whole interview.
And he did.
But you were trying, you came in attacking. Like, obviously he had to do something. Like,
I have a bone to pick with you. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Trying to make me answer for things. You run the show. You need to answer for things. If you don't,
he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
No, that's not how it works, where you get to be the Grand Inquisitor and press him and he just has to sit there and take it like a bitch. That's not how the real world works, Joe. That might be how your superhero fantasy works, buddy. But in the real world, you're going to face pushback to the things that you say. And this is the same thing where the liberal mind can't comprehend how Donald Trump became president. Because in their mind, I have the perfect rebuttal to Donald Trump in my mind and I would own him. Yeah, go ahead. Go talk to his face. Go confront him. See how it goes. There's levels to this shit. There are people out there that are actual persuasion masters who are salespeople who know how to win. and you don't know how to fucking win. And you thought because you were in the shower talking to a guy that was a scarecrow that didn't fucking exist, that you would just dominate him. But that's not how things work in the real world, is it, Joe?
Joe is so felted.
Know what MMOs came out this year? No wonder there's no MMO category.
By the way, FF14 verse what?
That's the thing.
Like verse what? Like there's no other game like fucking Joe's such a retard.
That's the thing. Jeff fucking cooked him, right? Somebody points this out in chat. Jeff didn't even say it didn't come out that year. He asked if it came out this year. And Joe surrendered and said it didn't.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Had Joe been confident and just said, yes, it did. But the way that Jeff was treating him had Joe so shook and so little confidence in himself that he surrendered the position in which he was right.
What a joke, dude.
What other games? Final Fantasy?
Final Fantasy MMO?
Yeah.
This year.
Not this year. Not this year.
Exactly. Didn't come out this year.
No,
for those that don't know, like Jeff here, Final Fantasy 14
No, you didn't know.
Online.
You didn't know, Joe. You didn't know. And that's why you said not this year, Joe. Why didn't you just apologize for being such a fuck up?
You should have
Jedi mind tricked
I'm so sorry, Jeff. I didn't mean to. You're right. You are the Doritos Pope. You are the king of gaming. I'm sorry. Like, bro.
Came out September 21st of 2010. And that's just Final Fantasy. Why am I answering what MMOs
the
came out this
here
year?
is pretty
you
intense.
run the
like,
award
look at
show,
Jeff.
remember?
Like he's so relaxed, like just smiling, hands like this, looking dapper with his bow tie.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Joe's cortisol is spiked through the fucking roof. Like his fight or flight has activated, and he's basically choosing to flee from the confrontation and accept that Jeff has completely dominated him. It's sad.
How about Star Trek Online? I know it wasn't very good. Or how about all of the free-to-play MMOs that are released? There are plenty of good ones.
How about
none of the...
Fuck them.
No, but how about none of the advertisers gave a single fuck about sponsoring MMOs? Like, aside from World of Warcraft, they didn't care.
Look, I played
shouldn't be dictated by the
advertisers. It's not like who gives a fuck, bro?
Just because it's not a major title doesn't mean it does not deserve an award.
What do you mean? Just because it's not a major title doesn't mean it. If it's not a major title, video games are made a year. Like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, like if it's an indie title, but it reached massive prominence, then maybe it deserves an award. But come on, man.
Like, what the fuck? That's like,
or recognition.
Keep going, Joe.
You gonna take another question? Okay,
no,
so
I'm just saying, so I get your point about MMOs.
You get my point. Who selects the games, and what are their qualifications to select the games that get?
Well, you could have looked that up on the website.
Oh my god.
He's just obviously so angry, by the
advisory
way.
board of journalists from all the top publications, GameSpot, IGN,
Are you serious?
Entertainment Weekly, yeah.
That's new information to us. That's
it's
perfect.
Very publicly
Do you
available,
think-
Joe. If you
Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way. There's actually no fucking. This is brutal. This is actually the crazy.
Bro, even I was like a little fanboy of Joe. I think I was probably like 13 years old
You
when
were
the
like,
shit
no,
came out.
Joe, no.
And I'm like,
no.
I don't know if we won this. Like I'm trying to. Like, yeah, he was disrespected. He was done dirty, but like
deep down, you knew Jeff Keighley raped Joe.
look online.
I think that the video game award. So that's basically like a video game awards academy.
That's correct. Yes.
Well.
So it's exactly what you wanted. It was already like you wanted. Here it is, sir. Just like you wanted. Put a nice bow on it. Joe's shook. Just shocked.
No, this is actually
you can
way
tell
more
there's
brutal
like
than I
a cold
remember.
sweat. Oh, I know. Isn't it? there's like a cold sweat on him. You know, like
crazy?
he looks like he's half dead. Like
crazy?
he's like in the Undertaker's room.
Yeah, how Joe is in like the darkness, and Jeff is like lit up like by the heavens.
In the light, yes. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Like this really was good versus evil, and good triumphed on this day because Jeff Keighley is a much better person than Joe in every way, for sure.
This is actually really funny.
I'm glad to hear it. You heard it here
so
first.
I feel like you need to do a little more research before you attack us this time.
Oh, yes!
Oh my God.
And then he fumbled. He dropped his spaghetti. He dropped his spaghetti right then and there. We're bringing in the gong.
Did he drop his mic?
He dropped his mic.
No,
he dropped his dog. He dropped his slip from his hand.
You need to do a little more research before you attack us.
Jeff hit it out of his hand.
I feel no, he did.
I'm
he
glad to hear it. You heard it.
down.
I
He gave
feel
it
like you need to do a little more research before you attack us this time.
This is not how I wanted to do it.
Come on,
this is not how I wanted to do it. And you have a piece of paper that you're having to read off of, so unprofessional, didn't even memorize your talking points or your questions, bud. You needed a piece of paper. You look like a fucking amateur, and you want to know why? Because you are a fucking amateur, because you're a fucking nobody, and you'll never actually be anything in this industry, bud. This entire ordeal cemented that you'll never be anything in this fucking industry but a 2-bit streamer from your fucking living room. And that's your way. That's your lot in life, son. Was it worth it?
I love how we're A-logging Joe with a 17-year-old video.
Well, because this sums up his life.
It does.
This is his life. This was his moment. This was his moment to come in there and prove what a real man he was, what a king and a conqueror he was. And he dropped his mic. He dropped his spaghetti. Jeff Keighley actually knocked it out of his hand, but in such a subtle way that nobody would even notice. Just clowned him. To this day, you know it bothers him. He'll never live this one down. Ever. You can't ever live this down. You should do a little bit more preparation before you come in here attacking us.
Independent game, which is not what it is this year. You tell me MMO should be nominated for Game of the Year. You can't name
now
the
Jeff's
MMOs
rapid fire just pressing. Oh, Joe's checking his notes. What do I got?
Oh my God. Okay, remember, folks. Joe posted
He's pressing the fuck out of. He's pressing the fuck out of him right now. He's like, so you didn't know this, you didn't know that, you were wrong about this. It's time to apologize, isn't it, Joe? It's time to kiss the Dorito Pope's ass.
It's public, so I mean,
you don't even know.
Look, they're not thinly veiled, okay? Basically, I think that your show appeals to the lowest common denominator amongst gamers.
Okay, there it is. And there's the mask, right? And this is exactly why Jeff was right to treat him like he did, because this is Joe's real thoughts. Your show appeals to the lowest common denominator. It doesn't appeal to my liberal sensibilities. It doesn't appeal to my ideas that it should be an academia-based show for liberals to huff their fucking farts, etc. And so therefore, I'm pissed off, and I'm going to come in here and own you and destroy you in this whole show. And that's why you deserve to be humbled like you were, because you didn't come in here to have a respectful discussion.
Well, and like Joe's saying, your show is the lowest common denominator for, right? What's your show, Angry Joe?
You know what I mean?
You're the
Why are you
Angry
so high and
Joe.
mighty?
You know what I mean? You're the fucking Angry Joe show. You fake being angry about everything. Shut the fuck up.
Not every gamer is a slobbering idiot sitting on his mom's couch.
They are, though.
And that's what you appeal to. Back in 2002,
Oh my God, he's melting down.
you opened the show with Jenna Jameson basically saying that she's going to just take off her clothes. Do you think that's the kind of content that real gamers...
Yeah. That's what real gamers actually did want and still want to this day. Sexy fucking women, male power fantasy. Yes, this is actually what we want.
Me?
You're a knuckle dragging Neanderthal. oh, how could you? Listen, I don't know, Joe. Men like tits, okay? Men like violence. Like, stop crying, you fucking baby.
Why is he fucking crying about this?
Won in their premiere gaming show.
That's 2002. I think it's a new show.
When did you? When were you the executive producer?
I started. I'm executive in charge of publisher relations, starting. I think maybe 2007 or so.
2007. Okay, so you weren't responsible for that.
Nothing to do with.
Okay.
No. Every one of his talking points was destroyed. Every single one of them demolished and debunked. But this is the guy who will be like, trust and believe. I have truth and facts on my side. Trump this and that. No, Joe. No.
How? That's actually fucking hilarious. Because Spike TV ran the first few awards. And we all know Spike TV, if you ever watched it, was a very highly sexual.
It was a channel for men.
Men.
It was a very chauvinistic, pig male-brained audience. You don't see that sort of thing anymore. It's out of fashion. It's out of vogue. And I remember at the time, like, I disagreed with that sort of a depiction, and I thought it was lowbrow, and I thought it was low class, and I thought we could do better. What I didn't realize is how gay shit would become without that.
Yeah.
And that I would actually miss that sort of piggish, chauvinistic male energy. Like a place for men, a channel for men. You can't even imagine that there would be a channel that says as their tagline, it's a channel for men in 2026. It would never fucking happen.
And all before the commercials, and every show was chicks in bikinis, like Spike TV, and the chicks like bend over and show their ass and shit. And you're like, this channel fucking rules. And they played MXC all the time. They played... what was that thing?
It was an awesome channel. Mansers, remember Mansers? Deadliest Warrior, Bar Rescue was on that bitch.
Yeah.
Joe Schmo Show.
Joe Schmo
Ink Master.
is the greatest reality show ever made. It was
TNA Wrestling.
If you guys don't remember,
was on there.
Fucking Joe Schmo was a guy who was the only real guy in the reality show, and everyone else in the reality show was actors. And they just did things to raise his stress levels and like almost make him have mental breakdowns.
Yes. It was a really good
actually
show for
twisted.
its time.
I'm not gonna lie, it was a pretty twisted show, but in the best way possible.
What you have, because all I want to do is improve the VGAs. Okay.
Well, you watch the show,
and he had no idea that they were actors. Yeah. It was beautiful.
Okay, Joe, you watch the show.
There's just a few more email questions. Would
Jeff,
you take?
It's brutal, man. It's just brutal. He's like, yeah, you go take a seat. Joe's like, I want to improve the VGAs. And Jeff's like, I think I've got that handled, actually. I think I actually, know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? He's like, actually, it's me that decides, Joe, not you. And there's a reason for that, isn't there, Joe? Old fumble fingers, Joe, dropping your mic, buddy.
Imagine dropping your mic while trying to felt somebody.
If Joe had any balls, he would have said, you fucking knocked my mic out of my hand, you bitch. And then seen what he said. And then just sucker punched him and went to fucking jail. Like, because he's just getting punked out to a point where his masculinity is really like at risk here. Like he's losing everything.
Fuck.
Email questions and maybe absolutely. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Jeff. All right.
Oh, but you did let him go that easy, actually, and you shook his hand after he really sodomized you.
You know,
yeah, he fucked you up.
Environment over here, damn man, that really pissed me the hell off.
Damn man, that really pissed me the hell off.
He's gonna cry.
Cooked.
Is he gonna cry?
He did his research. He did do his research. He knew exactly the talking points.
He has me on my back foot right there.
This idea, by the way, that Jeff Keighley didn't watch your video and didn't know the talking points you were coming in with. See, this is the thing. Joe thinks that was a sign of disrespect, how he was handled.
Yeah.
But it actually was respect because Jeff knew that if he sat down with him and gave him this respect and gave him the opportunity to get comfortable and gave him multiple follow-up questions in a safe environment, that maybe he would lose. Probably not, because Jeff's a smarter guy and Jeff has media training and he knows what to say, but he doesn't want to run that risk. He has a multi-million-dollar enterprise to run. So he ambushed Joe in the way that he did and treated him like he did to break him. And he broke him successfully. Well, and that's just the way the world works.
It's to prove that he has like the upper hand. And secondly, he doesn't want to waste his time when they're trying to grow the Game Awards with some fucking like YouTuber who's like there to attack him, clearly.
Yes.
And bashing him and shit, right? Was Joe was never invited back, was he?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't think he ever came back. I don't think he's ever interacted with Jeff Keighley since this. I might be wrong. Maybe there was a moment where they made amends later on, but I don't think so.
No, I don't see it. Like, 'cause I think Joe would be way too mad.
By the way, Joe wouldn't accept this loss, and he would go back for more at the scrum. So that's what we're going to see next.
Oh.
You have 2 minutes. Go. I realize I'm not going to get all of my questions answered, but I'm hoping to at least have 5 minutes.
Here's the thing, Joe. You create your own time. See, had Joe actually had Jeff on the defensive and reeling, then when Jeff tries to walk away, what are you scared, Jeff? This isn't going so good for you, huh? You got to get out of here. Then Jeff has to keep talking to him, right? Then you can't be dismissed like that. But you were shook and you didn't have the confidence to actually go on the offensive with things that would actually put Jeff on the defensive. You lost, bro. It's just plain and simple. There's a way to make more time for yourself, you know? There is, but you didn't do it.
Ideally, I would want a sit-down interview that I originally requested 15 minutes. But no, 2 minutes, Joe, go, 2 minutes.
Sorry, why do you think you're entitled to 15 minutes?
You're lucky you were even invited, Joe, after the shit you talked. Like, shut the fuck up.
Boo-hoo. You didn't get 15-minute sit-down interview?
Yeah, we don't get to interview the people, you know, famous people that we want to interview. It's like,
apparently somebody in chat, now I don't know how true this is, but apparently they did have another interaction, and Jeff Keighley didn't even remember Joe or what had happened.
No way.
So,
no way.
You know,
no
for
way.
you, it was the worst day of your life, but for Jeff, it was Tuesday.
Exactly what he was doing. He got me on my back foot.
Yeah.
Maybe he expected me to come over there.
You were on your front foot immediately, and he countered, and then you're on your back foot.
Yes.
Like, if you came in neutral, friendly, there would be no back foot attack. It'd be like, hey, so ask a normal question. Be invited back next year.
Had you not put out multiple videos ahead of time slamming the show, maybe you would have got a different response, right?
Look, it's fair to have
this
criticism,
is a young guy on YouTube.
It's fair to have criticism too, obviously. But you have to approach it in a way where it's like, you know, sugar with like the vinegar. You don't just go, what the fuck? You go like, hey, I'm just wondering.
I think you wait. If your whole goal was to confront this guy and destroy him, then you should never have led with all these videos attacking him. You should have pretended like it was going to be a friendly interview, got a sit-down interview secured, and then ambushed him with all of your talking points, and then put out your big video against the VGAs using your interview with him as the backbone to destroy him.
Exactly.
You know, he's just not thinking straight. He's not thinking the stuff through. He just thinks that he can do whatever he wants and it's going to work because he's the good guy, right? And he's going against corporate power. And so because he's the downtrodden democratic socialist standing up for the little guy against corporate power, it's like a movie and he's destined to win in the end. But it's not. There's a reason that these people run shit, Joe. There's a reason.
And no. Not about the Jew thing, by the way. It's something fully different.
Well, it's partly that.
Well, that's a big influence, of course.
But listen, this is the thing, though. They don't pick fucking weak people. You know what I mean? They don't pick people to run shit that are incompetent. They have their choice of picking the best.
They
about it all wrong.
I got
The
you.
way I went about it wrong was to try to
down.
be diplomatic. I shouldn't have been diplomatic. I should have been angry right from the start.
Okay, angry. Get it? His name's Angry Joe.
But by the way, like you come in, you start screaming at a guy like that at an event like that, and you come off as a spurg, and he's just going to go security, and you're going to get booted because he holds the cards. So that wouldn't have worked either, Joe.
And as the interview went on, that's when I got angry. Because I realized what the hell he was doing. That he was just with me. You straight up with me, disrespecting me. You see it in his eyes, in his fake ass smile. When he's looking up and left and right, not paying attention. Come on, Joe. Is that all you got, Joe? Come on, you need to be prepared, Joe. I had an opening that was very harsh, but after that little meeting that we had at first, I said, you know what? Let me be diplomatic. Let him know that, yes, I don't like your show, but I do think it's getting better year to year.
Then what's
but
the problem?
That doesn't excuse what has happened in past years, and that was the problem.
What?
What?
So it got better.
I'm going to be real.
It got better.
Here's the thing, Joe. I'm going to be honest with you. This shit actually just doesn't matter. You're talking about a video game award show. Like, who cares?
Nobody's talking about what happened and it's been fixed, but it doesn't excuse the past when Jeff wasn't even the boss of those years.
You know,
what the fuck is he
like
talking?
2002. Even then, this was 8 years old. You're complaining about a show from 8 years ago when he wasn't even in charge until 5 years later. He's been in charge for 3 years, from 2007 through 2009. This would be his fourth show. And you're admitting that every year it's getting better. And it's like, by the way, Joe, it's not like this guy can just do whatever he wants. He has people that he has to answer to. He has bosses. Amongst them, the advertisers and sponsors whose financial contributions make the entire event possible, Joe. So, by the way, they also have like suits at that time, especially corporate executives, guys who are 40, 50, 60 years old, don't know anything about gaming. Jeff Keighley knows about gaming, right? But his bosses don't understand why it would have to be this way or that way, right? He has to be able to sell this. And that's the thing, like, he just doesn't even understand how the world works at all, why it's like the way it is.
Yeah, you can't, like, those guys, like the suits who run that shit, like, expect
and he's like, well, it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that way.
Look, and I wish,
well, it is that way.
Like, you know, I wish I had $1 billion right in front of me right now, too. That'd be nice, too. You know what I mean? Like, come on, Joe.
That I was bringing up past years with him. Because that's so easy. That's so obvious that you can shut that down immediately. It's not in this year's show, Joe.
Well, you should have figured out if it was in the show or not.
That then.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, so he was right? What?
Did you see this year's show, Joe? Have you seen this year's show, Joe?
Yeah, it sounds like he's insulting you.
Tell me what you think of it. That's fine, but somebody needs to answer for the things that have happened in.
No, they don't. No, they don't. It doesn't. It's not the Holocaust, Joe. We don't need a Nuremberg for this. You know what I mean? What are we? Somebody has to answer for a game show as lowbrow. What? That it wasn't as intellectual or respectable as you would have liked? Who gives a fuck? Like, in all seriousness, who actually cares? Well, but the gamer's image. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, Joe. Like, the way there's a stereotype for a reason, right?
Bro,
like, especially at that time. Like,
well, this guy's actually a fucking Lloyd, dude.
Years past. He knew this is not an environment to conduct an interview in. He knew to come up at the last freaking second and put an extreme time limit on me, to put me on my back foot. And in addition to that, instead of saying, you know what,
had there been a sit-down interview, he probably would have got demolished equally as badly.
Or worse. Worse.
This is the thing, is like and I've done this too, where you think that you're at like a higher level than somebody, and it turns out you're wrong. it turns out, like, if you underestimate somebody, it doesn't matter how retarded they are. If you underestimate somebody and you come in without a solid command of your facts and you get put on the back foot, it can happen to fucking anybody. And it has happened many times.
Yep, exactly.
Give you 2 minutes, but I'm going to give you a very focused 2 minutes. Look at the way he conducted himself. Constantly looking off, looking at the celebrities. Who gives a shit about it?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Imra High Shigoya. Yes, you remember that. That was an embarrassment. It was. Because we came in way too hot. We completely underestimated that guy. And I will never, ever underestimate anybody like that ever again. You have to learn from that shit. You have to. Anyway, let's continue.
Dane Cook. Can you believe this guy? And after this interview, after being treated that way, I was in complete shock. You know, I tried to go in there diplomatic. I tried to be polite.
No, you didn't.
And that was the mistake right there. Trying to be polite. I felt terrible. I was supposed to be the champion of the people. Go there, ask some hard questions, and get some solid answers to them.
I hate this champion of the fucking people.
You really think you're the champion of the fucking people?
Game award.
Like, you got to look at it from a different point of view, right? In Jeff Keighley's story, he thinks that he's the champion of the people too. He thinks that he's legitimizing the hobby of gaming and bringing it to a mainstream audience in a way that's presentable to where older people are going to tune in, or people that aren't familiar with gaming, and go, oh, there might be something to this. Guillermo del Toro's here. All these celebrities that I know are here. It's a high production value event. Like, this isn't like a joke. This isn't like a circus. And Jeff looks at the way it was in 2002, probably as low rent, and goes, look at how far I've taken this. And then you look at how it is today, and he's taken it even further from there. Yeah. But Rome isn't built in a day, and nothing has changed overnight. And Joe, who's a child that doesn't understand how the real world works, sees himself as a hero. Well, if I came in there, I would be able to change. No, you wouldn't. You have no idea what you're doing, or how to talk to people, how to convince executives and shareholders to go along with your vision, how to compromise with all of the people involved, how to coordinate the production team, the design team, how to book all of these guests in. This is not an easy thing to do. But these guys who are stone slackers sitting on their fucking couch, who've never built anything except fucking, I don't know, some fortress in Minecraft, are going to tell motherfuckers how they should run shit. Get a grip.
Make him answer for these things.
Make him answer.
And instead we get this. And I was really upset afterwards. Oh. I really was. And they rushed us to this press room with like this stand where people would stand after they got their awards. We can ask them questions. And I sat there and I was just marinating.
He was spalding. That might be the sticker. Look at him there. He was marinating in the seed. He was really just letting it sink in and simmer. Look at that. That's the definition of a seed. And he's admitting it.
This is beyond a seed, bro. This is like, I don't even know how to fucking like describe this.
Fuming. And I let it be known what happened. I was talking to all of the press members. What just went down?
You got felted? You openly told people you got felted like that? I would leave. I'd go, I'm going to my hotel.
Disrespect. And I would just pretend that this never happened.
I'm going to get drunk at the hotel. I'll delete the footage and we'll move on. You know what I mean?
They knew about the interview between me and Jeff. And I was like, man, I must look really bad. I must look really bad. Like, I let a lot of people down.
Yeah.
You did.
And then I took my camera and I was looking at the footage and I was like, I need to see this. I need to see what happened. And I was looking at the footage.
He was felted so hard he couldn't remember what happened, you know? Like, he was like out of his memory.
Like a victim. Like, he actually is like a victim of a sexual assault, you know? Oh my god!
He's like, what happened?
Is there a Spanish option for this one?
No, probably not.
Can you imagine if there really was?
Is there?
My god!
No. Yeah, voice boost. What's that? What does that do?
And then I really looked at it.
Oh, it's for people with hearing impairment. That's pretty cool, actually.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty cool.
They're adding so
And I
many
said to
features.
myself,
It's such a shame we're banned. Fucking Jared.
I know.
Bastard.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
One of these days.
We are rebuilding.
Wow. You could see this guy. You could see his attitude and the way he's treating me.
So, Eminent
Does he
Demon,
not realize?
It was hours ago. I scrolled back to try and find it. I have been hearing you. If you just write it again in chat,
Write
I'll
it
read
again, bud.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, write it again, bud.
Whatever you write next in chat, buddy, I'll shout it out for you. I feel bad, okay?
That I represent you guys, that I represent a bunch of core gamers that have serious concerns with the show.
It's thanks,
and this is how
Casino
he treats
Heart.
us.
But it's not like you actually have good faith concerns, right? Like in all honesty, you wanted to go in there to make a name for yourself, right?
Yep.
You wanted to gain clout and fame off of his name. Like, let's be real, man.
He thought I just some random guy off of YouTube or some blog who nobody watches.
Well,
that he could just fly in here, treat like that, shut me up, and then send me back. Like I wouldn't put up the footage if he destroyed me in the interview. Here's the thing: after I reviewed the footage, he didn't destroy me in the interview.
No, but he did. But but he did, Joe. But he did. This is a cope, Joe.
How old
this
was
is a real
Joe
strong
here?
cope, bro.
How old was Joe here?
I actually don't.
He's probably
know.
very young,
Like-
right? Probably like, so he's, how old is he right now?
So he's 40. He's 41 now. So we take 16 years away from that. And he was what, 25 years old?
25?
41 subtract 16 equals 25.
Okay, perfect.
So
yeah,
he
so
was
he
25 years old.
Listen, even when I was 25,
He
I
should
thought
have
I was the
known
shit.
better,
You know, I was
though.
like, oh, I know shit. Bro, it's like, Joe, you're dealing with like things that aren't.
That's the thing. Like
You
he's
weren't
basically
experienced
like
enough.
straight out of college. Like I don't even know what sort of job history Joe had / has ever had. Considering for like almost 20 years now, he's been doing exclusively this.
Yeah. Well, there are levels
I
to
don't
this,
know.
right? Like someone said in chat said, there are levels. Like, yeah, you're 25, your brain's fully developed, you went from college, but then there's a next level, and then there's a next level. There's certain things that he didn't understand where Jeff understands, and that's why he was felt it easily, like beyond easily.
It was like two juggernauts going against each other, and that's when.
What? What a cope. You were not a juggernaut. You were not a titan. You looked really scared, really unprepared. You admitted to things that weren't true because you weren't confident in yourself. You dropped your microphone. You're looking at your notes. I'm sorry, but have you ever seen anybody respectable in an interview that's got notes up like this on a piece of fucking paper like that?
Never.
It never happens.
That's a speech when you're a kid.
Tom said this. He's like, Joe, don't be down on yourself, man. Look at the way he's acting. You got him right where you want him. He knows who you are. He called you out here for a specific reason. He was ready for you.
He succeeded. Yes.
And this
It's
is how
true.
he treats you, and he comes out looking like a complete douchebag.
No, he doesn't.
Why make a show? Let's go.
Listen,
What is he talking
if you
about?
showed this, if you showed this to anybody who wasn't an Angry Joe fan, they're going to admit that he was humiliated and embarrassed. Like, if you just show this to somebody who doesn't even know anything about video games, like to your ma or your dad, they're not going to side with Joe. They're going to be like, who's this clown? He got completely big leagued and embarrassed. Like, that's just the way it is.
He was big leagued.
He is the executive producer for the VGAs. You have a lot of
Is he replaying his failure?
Oh, yeah, he's replaying it where he's like adding to Jeff's status, saying how the big deal Jeff is. And then in that moment, Jeff is like demoting and degrading Joe and just like looking over to the red carpet, just completely dismissing him while Joe sucks his balls. Like, it's just such a power move. Like, he's just got completely alphaed.
This is brutal.
Questions to answer for it. Now, I hope that is improvement. That's improvement.
What you should say is, like, how can you're moving along? Like, you know, Joe should have just walked away. Like, if Jeff turns your back, just either walk away or be like, hey, you're disrespecting me and my audience's time, okay? You may not think that I'm anybody. I'm just a small-time YouTuber, but my audience buys video games too, and you're disrespecting them and their time. So are you going to answer my questions or not? Like, that's just right on the spot.
Yeah.
Right away, like how you can put him on the back foot. So you're not concerned about any of the consumers that I represent who watch my program. You're not concerned about their questions, right? It's exactly what we're saying. You big shots in corporate, you're out of touch with the common person. You don't care about our concerns, to where when you get an opportunity to speak with the grassroots, and this is the future. You may not realize it now, but YouTube is going to be the future, Jeff.
Jeez.
And you're disrespecting me and my audience like this.
If you were Angry Joe, bro, if you were Angry Joe, you would have Jeff with that speech.
Maybe not, because I don't even know, like, but it's at least something. It's at least something.
Look, it might not impress Jeff. He might try to felch you still. However, your audience, and I think the general audience, would be like, that was respectable. Yeah, no, he's right.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, maybe like, he's not a big shot.
A position of strength. Even if you are, like, you have to almost have a delusional belief in yourself in situations like this.
Yeah.
You can't be shook. You can't be frightened. You have to meet the moment. And he didn't meet the moment because he was intimidated by the lights, by the glitz, by the glamour, by being in a room like that. And you're at the red carpet and all this. And it's tough. You know, it's tough, especially when it's somebody like, you know, I grew up watching Mr. Medicare. And then one day I'm just going to debate Mr. Medicare. Like, how the fuck do you know what I mean? Like, you feel like shook by that in a way, but you have to have like a delusional belief in yourself in a way that's like, well, no, I'm not going to be intimidated. I'm going to meet this moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, I didn't win on that day, but I learned a lot from that.
Hey, man. I mean, you tried, right? That's all you can fucking do. So,
what? Jeff,
the independent game, which is not what it is this year. You're telling me MMO should be nominated for Game of the Year.
You could just argue what you actually believe instead of trying to do gotchas on a guy. Like, you could just be like, this is out of touch. It's sold out to corporations. Fuck you. And just like, don't buy into his bullshit. But Jeff just completely dominated the frame and ripped him.
Be.
Like,
definitely a big rapening.
You don't know who's voting on the awards when it's public. So I mean, come on, man. You have these rants.
Look,
but they're thinly veiled.
They're not thinly veiled, okay? Basically,
I was livid after the interview.
And
I went up to the lady in charge of the press room and I said, can we get Jeff back here? He wasn't planning on coming back here. He's there because I asked that lady to go and grab him. She said, yeah, sure. He wasn't planning on coming here. Yeah, we can get Jeff. And she goes off and she gets Jeff.
By the way, that lady, whoever that was fired that night. That lady who grabbed the Jeff and brought him to Joe was fired immediately right after that situation.
Big awards still to come.
Oh, this is an amazing segment. I love this shit, man. Like, honestly,
I enjoy this a lot. You know, I've wanted to do this video breakdown.
Like,
we'll go back.
We'll do other stuff too like this, man, because like honestly, there's so much good shit out there. Look, I love doing Jer and DSP and lolcows and all that stuff, but I also like moments like this that you could fucking break apart and sort of like experience. Like, I like that shit. You know what I mean? And I think the audience really likes it too.
Sure, yeah, there's an advisory board that selects the nominees and also the winners, so it's all the top gaming publications.
Yeah, we should honestly do fucking Lindsay Ellis, no? One day?
Yeah, we'll do some stuff with Lindsay at some point. We did it in like, I think the early days of the show.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yeah.
Mainstream publications like USA Today and Entertainment Weekly, onto gaming publications like IGN, Game Trailers, GameSpot, Game Informer, all the big magazines. So everyone plays the games in advance of their release because the show's in December. We want to make sure that everyone has fully played through the games before they vote.
We have just like a boilerplate, very corporate press conference here where it's just like, let's get the questions in, let's get the answers in, let's get there. But Joe's going to come in Kate flying, trying to felt Jeff.
No way.
By the time the nominees are announced in November. So the next act, we announced Blinks. You didn't know about that one, right? We found out.
There we go.
Yes, Angry Joe.
Have you ever considered
the way he said it? Yes, Angry Joe.
Yes, Angry Joe. Go ahead. Yes, he's calling upon the special needs kid in class. Okay, go ahead, little Jimmy.
Okay.
What do you got? Have you ever considered a live bout between the best fighting game players on the big stage instead of bands like My Chemical Romance? Okay.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Bout between like the best fighting game players in the world, like in an upcoming fighting game.
But this question is so easy to answer, right? You go, absolutely, that'd be a great thing to have one of these days at our event. Next question.
Because he adds My Chemical Romance to be a little bit of like an asshole about it, right? To like rub it in, like, you know.
Maybe one of the more musical talents that don't really have a whole lot to do with gaming, like My Chemical Romance.
Actually, those guys are big gamers. Oh, they have songs.
Oh no! The second best way to answer that.
By the way, don't attack his partners, the people that he's working with. He's obviously going to defend them and his decision to bring them aboard. Like, I don't know.
Why is he being so rude?
In a lot of games, I mean, they're in Guitar Hero, Rock Band.
Oh no! They're in Guitar Hero and Rock Band. Joe didn't think of that.
The opening song, which Planetary Go, is in Gran Turismo 5. So that's why we had them here, because there's that real.
Oh my God! They played the Gran Turismo opening song.
He's just so prepared and just off the cuff, just demolished it. You know,
that's embarrassing as fuck, dude. That's really bad for Joe.
Linked to gaming, so.
What about the bout, though? Do you think that might be a good idea?
Have a ballot? What do you mean?
A bout between the.
Oh, a bout. You know, great suggestion. We'll look into it.
No, exactly. Great idea. Yeah, sure.
Great suggestion.
Oh, that's how I would have handled it off the top. But he actually destroyed him like twofold.
Oh, they did the opening song for Gran Turismo. They played games. They're in Guitar Hero.
He pretended though like he didn't even know what he said. Ballot? What? You know he heard it as bout. You know, it's like
it's actually fucked, dude.
Anything else, guys? That's all we got.
I didn't.
Oh no, Joe! You're not gonna try again, are you?
He just can't give up.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
By the way, like everybody else gets one question. Everybody else gets one question, Joe. Like you're doing 3 questions with multiple follow-ups. Like nobody knows who you are.
Someone called him to Rodriguez.
Oh, he is a Rodriguez at this point.
And you asked me this on the red carpet.
I know, but do you think that you're going to correct it next year, or?
Oh my! I'm embarrassed. I actually got secondhand embarrassment.
For example, like
even Jeff is looking at him like, okay, like this
bro,
is embarrassing for you, man.
Like, do you want to fight? Like, is this what you want, Joe? You want to get today, buddy?
When you have 4 categories for music games: best soundtrack, best music game, best original score.
No, best original score is not for music game. Red Dead's not a music game. You have best original song. Far Away is not a music game. We have.
Oh my! Did Joey? Oh, I can't.
Like Joe just didn't know what he's talking about, man.
That's fucking brutal.
this is the thing though, is Joe came in thinking he knew this guy's award show better than the guy running the award show, right? Like, you have to be really prepared because this guy has probably been focusing on every aspect of this show for the last 6 months. And if he really didn't give a shit about anything going on at the event and was checked out, he wouldn't be able to just on the fly be like, no, well, Red Dead was nominated for best musical score. Like, obviously the guy is very involved with his show.
I can't believe, by the way, this is not like a hate video documentary against Angry Joe. And it's an Angry Joe released video.
This is Joe's crazy version of events. And, you know, I tried to buy into this when I was 13. And
I bet.
Like,
yeah, because you're a fan.
Well, he was an asshole and fuck corporate suits, you know, and I like watched Michael Moore.
I'm going to be real. I can barely remember it, but I remember being like on Joe's side because I was a fan. And I was like, oh, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
One music game category. We have the best PC game category, too.
But you're like young and you don't really.
Category seems like the best music game category.
Yeah, like at this point in time, I mean, like Colbert Report in like Daily Show or some of my favorite shows, right? So, you know what I mean?
That's
like
crazy
the way that this stuff, but this is the thing is like, this is like shortly after Bush was president, like everybody like had this idea that like Obama's in now and liberalism is going to save everybody. And, you know, this is gauche and this is like chauvinistic the way the Game Awards are and da da da.
Well,
I mean,
Colbert,
did we when you were 13 and in Canada, maybe you did, you know?
Like, well, Colbert, he was good because his character you agreed with, even though he was like a parody. You're like, yeah, this guy's totally right about all this shit.
Actually, to be honest, like some of his bits from back then do still hold up. Whereas Jon Stewart, like, I don't really have a lot of respect for the interview that he did with Tucker Carlson and the weaselly way that he conducts himself when he's a comedian when it's convenient. And he's also a serious political commentator when it's convenient. And I just found that slimy and weaselly looking back. But like the Colbert parody character, I think that Colbert is really good when he's given a role to play. But when he's meant to play himself, terrible. He sucks.
He's the worst.
He does not know what to do. And he eventually, like, if you watch like those early Colbert late shows, they're really bad, even worse than like the Trump hate, because at least with the Trump hate, he had something
to work with.
Before that, he literally had nothing at all. And it just really exposed him. But there's certain performers that are good in certain spots or roles and aren't good in other roles. And the Late Show, he was just not meant for at all.
Yeah, definitely. That's why it's being canceled right now.
Best use of song. There's also another category, best use of song. Yeah. I'm just thinking maybe these could be cut down and you could do a fighting game or a PC game.
You know what? Yeah, maybe he could do anything. Maybe he could have a million categories with every game involved and every game wins a trophy. But yes, I hate that, by the way. When something's done, right? And then some guys like, what about this? What about this? What about this? It's like, yeah, all those might be cool, but it didn't happen. We're here now. Some things you can't change.
We do have a best PC game category. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but I'd
Felted.
go check out the website. All right.
By the way, I'll just make one point about this liberal stuff quickly before I move on. I was liberal in the same sense that like a fish in the ocean doesn't know that they're in water. You see, I had no idea that I was liberal. I just thought that that's what all reasonable, intelligent people would believe. And because that's how the culture was. It's like, this is what reasonable, intelligent people believe.
Same.
And these other people are ignorant fucking dinosaurs and we progressed. And that's just, and I think that's how most people are, like in this current civilization or society. They don't even think that they're liberal or anything like that. They just think that this is the way that it should be because it's what they've learned from the culture and they haven't really been exposed to the other side at all.
Yeah, that's true. Also, back then, to conservatives, a lot of them were really like up their own ass and a little bit too strict.
Oh yeah,
and it's sort of, but now it's like reversed.
Well, both, but like all the politics was always gay and always fucking.
It was boring and like slightly,
yeah. And it was super boring, and it was only like a hobby for like old people and like people that fancied themselves as intellectuals. It wasn't something that the everyday person on the street had like a really strong opinion about, or at least you weren't expected to know and have a strong opinion. Ever since Trump made politics into like entertainment for the average person and everybody has a voice on social media, like things have changed big time, or at least that's just my perception of it.
You're
I
right.
could be wrong,
you're 100% right. Like, honestly, man, like the whole 2016 era, especially online, and everyone was all that shit. Yeah, it's changed a lot. When I was younger, politics was like turned this shit off. I don't give a fuck.
Anything else, guys?
Yo, G, check this out, man. Like, I know, real talk, I was talking with Evan Wells, right? And I mentioned that, I heard that in Uncharted 3, there may be a fourth.
I wanted to come at him hard. I wanted to say, Jeff, hey, you know in our interview back there? Yeah, Final Fantasy came out this year, buddy.
Why didn't
you?
But
no, I didn't want to do that. I was still wanting to be polite and ask questions.
Polite? You were still being rude as fuck. You may as well have gone all the way.
Yeah, you were being rude. Like, you should have said, hey, earlier on camera, you lied to me and said that the game didn't come out, but it did come out this year. Do you want to correct the record on that? But even then, like, it's like, okay.
You'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Sorry.
Oh, no,
I didn't know.
I asked you. He'd go, I asked you.
No, that's the thing. He probably would have been so slick that he would have said, well, I asked you and you said no. You didn't know? Well, then why should I have known?
Yeah, exactly.
So I asked him about PC gaming again. And Tons of Fun made a great point. Chris Tons of Fun was my cameraman. He made a great point. He said, as a PC gamer, I feel completely left out of the VGAs. And so I was pressing on that point. I was like, where are the PC games? I said, where is the PC category when I meant to say, where is the MMO category?
But
there was a PC category, and in the MMO category, there's one game. FF14, like
fuck about MMOs in 2014, like it wasn't a big
check the website, Joe. Check the website.
You should have checked the website before going, for real, actually. Like,
if you couldn't even check the website,
why should he answer you?
Before pressing the, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, actually, what the fuck is going on here with Joe? Is he okay? You know what's funny? It's like, we see this, like, Joe's always been
I said
like
2014.
This.
It was 2010. Yes.
Whatever.
Yes.
But yeah, like, Joe was always the exact same way, but because he was like the angry gamer, it was like cool. Now I'm like, was he
got
ever
nailed
cool?
to the felt for a sub, and Nut 9002 says, I'm probably one of your younger viewers. I watched Andy in middle school, and it's crazy to see where you ended up. I love the show and these niche segments.
Oh, thank you.
We appreciate that. That probably makes Andy feel old as fuck, though.
Nah,
but
I don't give a fuck.
It's the same thing where, like, I watched Joe in middle school, but to your point where you're asking, like, was this guy ever cool?
Yeah.
I don't really think he was ever actually cool. You know?
Yeah, like, it seems like he was always just a bit of a fucking douche a little bit, you know?
Yeah, it's freely available
those,
and widely known.
Videos, I don't know if it's called like Mr. Vargas Goes to Washington. We watched this on the show where all of the Channel Awesome people like Angry Joe and Lindsay Ellis and Doug Walker went to Washington to petition their representatives in Congress. And that video makes me cringe so deep inside because they actually thought that they were important enough to change like their congressman's opinion and that they were going to grandstand on SOPA and PIPA and all this fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
It was really embarrassing stuff. It really was.
Oh, I remember that. We watched that on the show last year.
There for 500 kicks says Joe was never cool. He was like Phil and on the ground floor at the right time. But unlike Phil, Joe actually did adapt to the times somewhat He kept up with the production value. He kept putting out the reviews. He was consistent, and he didn't have like the scandals and massive personal life blowups. Like Joe never overshared about his personal life. True. And that's one of the biggest things as a creator is when you start bringing your personal life into shit and making like, you know, people from your personal life characters in your shit, it starts to become a problem. And that's why he's having problems now with the politics. He really should just shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about Angry Joe's politics. No one's watching Joe for their politics. You know, that's not what people are there for, right?
I mean, some of his videos, I'm not gonna like lie. Some of his videos were really good. Again, the Fable 3 video is literally like, I think the perfect video criticizing a game ever.
Okay, Eminent Demon's asking about Phil trying to roast low tier God about being a groomer when he was also a groomer. Yeah, like I just don't know if Phil should open that can of worms. Do I think that Phil is an out and out pedophile?
Yes.
No.
Oh,
but I do think that relationship with Panda was fucked. And he does qualify as a groomer because he was like 28 years old messing around with a 17, 18-year-old. Like, it's not really normal, Phil.
Listen.
Research. And you know what's funny about that? He's like, you know, you should know that. Do your research. But nobody knows that. One of the other people in the press room actually asked the question about who selects the games and what are their qualifications. The very same question that I asked in my interview. Because nobody knows that.
We do have a best PC game.
He may as well be doing this video crying with tears. Shouldn't you know what I mean? Like
he is.
Because he's talking like this. He didn't even know that. God. No.
Category. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but
why did he upload this? I don't know. Why did you ban me, Andy? Like, this is actually fucking insane.
All right, take care.
Well, I guess because he thought, like, his only other option was to be like, yeah, they wouldn't let me in, or yeah, they wouldn't. But then if Jeff called him on it and was like, well, we did do an interview and you filmed it, like, maybe Joe's only out was to say, oh my God, the SD card was corrupted.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I lost the footage.
Yep.
Anything else, guys?
Oh, is that right? Go to the website. Okay. Well, I guess the website will explain why there's no fighting game category, why there's no...
Listen.
And I think that's true too, McSwoley Bulkin. Joe thought he could control the narrative. He thought if he framed it with this 26-minute cope video that he could control how people perceived it, but you know, he really couldn't. I wonder what the comments do look like on this video, particularly the comments from when it was first released. I am interested. Let's finish this.
I think
what were you saying?
He should have asked like this. He should have been like this. Hey, so will there be a fighting game category or an MMO category in the future, Jeff? Jeff would have answered you, but again, we're actually going to start adding more categories and da-da-da. We're still building up the show, and like, why aren't there any fighting game categories? Like, whoa, buddy, relax.
MMOs, and why there's a serious bias towards console games.
We are on the front page. Flake just opened up Kick, and we are literally expanded on Kick on front page giant screen. Like, thanks, Kick.
He's talking about best fighting games, right? It's like, Joe, there's like 3 or 4 fighting game franchises that dominate. What other fighting games? And like they release every few years. Like, you want there to be a fighting game category every single year? For what? Like, maybe. I don't know.
Great point.
Like
the Street Fighter, what is it, 6?
Yeah.
It's been like, what,
but maybe
10 years?
I'll just be honest about it and come down to brass tacks. Like, maybe if there was a new Street Fighter game that year, Capcom would have paid to have that category made, right? Yeah. In order to promote their game. Like, that's how this shit works. Like, it's all greasy insider bullshit anyway. Like,
I'm sure the website lists that out in plain English. I want a real interview with you, Jeff.
Or...
Well, you never did. well, what did you think? So I'm gonna my army, you know, because he thinks he has a whole army, and it's like
angry army.
Really,
They're all mad. They're all mad, Ash.
Thank God he agreed to the email questions. I'm gonna contact him.
The email question.
And we're going to get some of these serious concerns.
He's acting like he's talking like to someone about like America giving money to Israel or something. You know what I mean?
Or like something that actually like matters, like a war or something. You know what I mean? Thousands of people are dying, and there's a genocide in God or something like this, right?
Yeah.
But he's holding up this piece of paper, and like I don't even know, like, is there actually anything on the piece of paper? Like it does, like it looks kind of like it's blank. Like I see, it's just the quality of the video.
Yeah, it's bro, it's
but
a
he's
video
got like a
game.
dozen page. But he's got a dozen pages of printer paper in his hand. Must Mr. Keeley respond to each one of them? Why?
Yeah.
You can tell how annoyed he is. You can tell I got to him. You can tell that I have got to him. Maybe he doesn't like being asked hard questions. He thinks it's reflecting badly on everything he's created here.
It's like, Joe, like if I came and started pressing you with all sorts of hard questions about your life's work, would you like it?
Yeah.
No. Nobody likes that, Joe. It's like, well, he should be a better person and let me hold him to account and put.
Here's how you say it, Ash. Hey, Joe, where are the angry reviews? Why are they all like these slop fucking Twitch stream?
Why is the audio fucking garbage half the time? And like,
why is the green screen not fixed, Joe? Tell me.
Why are the skits such unfunny dog shit? And why haven't you listened to your fans for the last 10 years who've told you it's their least favorite part of the video?
Right?
Oh, because you have pretensions that you're an actual sketch comedian is why. And like you're doing Saturday Night Live instead of just giving video game reviews for fucking man children, bud.
You're posting 9 videos a day, Joe, a week, Joe, and 8 of them are trash. Why are you putting out fucking quantity over quality? Is it because you want the money? Are you greedy? Like it's you can do it to anybody.
You have 3 different opinions on Superman, Joe, which is your actual review score for Superman, Joe?
You can't ask me that. It's like, okay, well.
But it's like, does he submit himself to the public forum to be examined and prosecuted rather like this? Like, no, he doesn't.
Buddy.
He's used to softball questions like, whoa, that was an awesome game announcement. Let's talk more about that game announcement.
If he really was just always getting softballs and smoke blown up his ass, how was he able to dismantle you so effortlessly? Right? Obviously, he can handle hard-hitting questions because he destroyed your questions because they were crap.
And by the way, he took your question in front of the public after your fucking trying to felt him interview. He said, yes, I'm angry Joe. And he responded all your questions and felted you.
No, let's talk more about the show, the integrity of the show.
The integrity.
Neil Patrick Harris winning the best voice actor?
So what would the like handsome Jack from Borderlands? Was that it? I think I remember that actually.
Yeah, I think who is it? Who is it supposed to be?
What year was this?
We're actually complaining. It was 2010.
2010.
We're actually complaining about who won voice actor. Like it matters.
Voice actor.
Like anybody's gonna remember this.
Okay. The nominees in 2010 were. Neil Patrick. I don't even see that. Are you sure?
For voice actor? Was it 2009 then?
Maybe 2009. 2009.
VGA's 2009.
No, it did not exist at that time. 11?
Well, no, it was the Spike Video Game Awards then.
Where's
let me see here.
Harris.
Best voice actor. So Troy Baker won in 2009.
Okay, Troy Baker, yeah. Hey, 2010, you're right. Best performance by a human male. Okay.
So
who else was in this nominees? Who else was on the nominees? Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's weird.
Yeah, it's weird the way that this is structured. I'm just on Wikipedia. This is like a side track here. Best performance by a human male. Neil Patrick Harris as Peter Parker in Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Maybe he shouldn't have got it, but the competition is Daniel Craig as James Bond, Gary Oldman as Sergeant Reznov in Black Ops, John Cleese as Jasper in Fable 3, Martin Sheen as the Elusive Man in Mass Effect 2, Nathan Fillion as Sergeant Edward Buck from Halo Reach, Rob Weathoff as John Marston, and Sam Worthington as Alex Mason, Call of Duty Black Ops. Like, maybe you give it to the voice actor for John Marston, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Like, but it's like, I just don't actually care, like, to get offended about this. Like,
maybe Neil Patrick was good at Spider-Man. I don't know. Probably not, but who cares? John Marston should have won, I guess. But
like, I hate Neil Patrick Harris.
I hope he dies tomorrow. I don't give a fuck.
I don't want to defend him, but like, to pick that out, why? Why are you so offended about that?
And why can't he win? And has to be what you picked.
Like, is it betrayal?
Nathan Fillion, who is a badass and God bless him, has 3 lines, maybe all of 2 lines.
Angry Joe hates gay people. That's where this is going.
Down to. He's a homophobe, buddy.
In Halo Reach, and he's nominated. And a bunch of useless categories, like 4 or 5 music categories that pretty much cover the same thing, that you can cut one off and put MMO gaming in there. MMO gaming is a huge market.
Why don't you do your own game award?
Okay, I'm just looking, right? Okay, let me see here. What music awards are there? So just scanning quickly, there's Best Music Game, there's Best Soundtrack, there's Best Song, and there's Best Original Score. So there's 4 categories for music, but those are all distinct categories. Like, especially back then, like with music games, it was like Rock Band, DJ Hero, Dance Central, right? Guitar Hero, like there was music games were a big thing back in 2010. This was like towards the tail end of their relevance, maybe even the peak of their relevance as a genre, right? So that's why they had Best Music Game. But, like Best Song in a game, like that does deserve to be its own category. Like, and Best Original Score also deserves its own category. Now, I don't know, like Best Soundtrack and Best Music Game kind of did become superfluous, because as I look at it, a lot of the nominees did cross over, but that's really only 2 of the 4 categories. Like, they did deserve to exist on there. Like, this is such a nitpick thing, by the way. It's not like a no-brainer that you remove this. Like, the Academy Awards, Joe, has Best Original Score. It has, Best Original Song, okay? The Golden Globes, I think, has Comedy or Musical as a category, right? Like, I don't know. Joe's just a dumbass, man. Like,
it's insane.
Hell, Felicia Day even agrees with me. If you haven't seen my interview with Felicia Day, you need to go and check it out. She pretty much
like, does he have a problem? Like, as I just think about it, like the Academy Awards also has Best Sound Editing and Best Sound Mixing. And Joe would tell you, by his logic, those are the same thing. Well, tell that to those fucking masters of that craft, because it's not the same fucking thing. And I think there's Best Sound as well. Like, oh my God. I don't even know. Like, he's just really dumb. He's just really dumb.
Thing I'm saying. Felicia Day knows what she's talking about. If you don't believe me, Jeff, or take me serious, take Felicia Day's word for it. Show it.
Felicia Day.
I agree. I think there should be an MMO category. I mean, I guess there's an RPG category, but it's really different. I mean, a single-player RPG is completely different from an MMO, and I think there are a lot of unrecognized games that are out there. Like, it's the same thing though with like voice acting. Like, they tend to nominate only people who people recognize. I mean, I'm probably the least recognizable of the category, but there's some amazing actors who you just wouldn't recognize their face, but their voice is in all the games, and they should be recognized.
I don't even think she knows she's there.
Just as much as people who are
I'm just kidding, by the way.
You see, Jeff, I don't hate you, dude. I don't want to disrespect you in your own house. All I want to do is make the VGAs better. But other than that, Other than the fact of feeling really down and disappointed, like I didn't represent you guys in the best way possible. Other than that, I recovered. I tried to do my best.
I recovered. Like he was crying the whole time.
This is cold, man. Bro, this was a bad look, Joe. Really bad, man.
Honestly, this should have ruined him, dude.
I got a few celebrities. I was in the very last spot,
right?
So a lot of celebrities.
I mean, this it did in the sense that he was never going to be invited to these circles and taken seriously in these circles, right? But ultimately, it was kind of a dinosaur anyway. And that's like, Joe should have had the confidence, but it's hard at the time to foresee how big Twitch would become, how big YouTube would become, that game streamers and YouTubers would actually become the real authoritative voice in gaming news, and nobody would listen to Kotaku or IGN anymore. Like, it's hard to have envisioned that. But ultimately, in the end, he kind of did win because those institutions are more and more irrelevant. But it really comes down to what he wanted. Did he ever want to be in that club? And I kind of think he did, and did fancy himself like a serious journalist. And he does feel burned that he didn't get that opportunity. But ultimately, he shouldn't, because he still got to make millions of dollars and have G Fuel sponsorships and stuff like that. So he still did good. Honestly, he exceeded all expectations of what he should have done. Had he started in 2025, he would be fucked. But he was lucky he was in on the ground floor, and he had a lot of opportunities to network with Doug and other people.
Celebrities were tired by the time they got to me, but I got as many as I can, and I've got footage of all of those. That's coming up next. I got some really cool stuff from the celebrities, and to be honest, I'm glad I went. I need to go. I need to be your voice on the floor. So if you have anything that I didn't notice, because to be honest, I didn't see the whole show because I was running around trying to get Jeff back, seeing if.
So he couldn't even enjoy his time there.
Let it go.
He was trying to get Joe back. What a loser. It's like, you missed everything.
Like,
you missed other opportunities, by the way, of meeting like other like game company developers or voice actors, or just to pester fucking Jeff Keighley, who, by the way, obviously did not even want to give him the time of day. Joe is retarded.
If I can get an actual sit-down interview. I was doing a lot of different things. I caught a lot of things on the show, but I have yet to see exactly everything. I'm gonna watch it on the DVR.
You know what he's acting like? He's acting like a food safety inspector who's like coming in with the okay, let me fix up the place here. Why is that there? It's like, bro, you don't run the place.
And I might come back with my opinions on it, or I might write
an OSHA. Joe is OSHA.
Tutorial on blisteredthumbs.net about my thoughts on the VGAs. I want to know your thoughts.
I wonder why Blistered Thumbs failed, Joe. Could it have been this?
Maybe it was because it was .net and .com.
Yeah. Well, who's going to give a credential to these group of bozos? Like that Joe is like pressing Jeff and getting embarrassed. Spoonie's on the floor of E3 screaming about betrayal and stuff like this. Like,
on how I conducted myself. If you were disappointed in the way that I handled it, I tried to do the best I could with the limited amount of time. I felt like maybe, being your champion, that I could have done better, and I'm gonna be more prepared.
You're champion? Are you Jesus?
You're a chump. Like, stop it.
Bro,
that's crazy.
Next time for this, but also on the same token, how did you think about the situation that I was put in and how Jeff conducted himself?
He acts like he was a victim in Hostel.
Trump really said it best after his debate with Kamala Harris. Whoever calls for a rematch lost. Right? You know what I mean? Joe's demanding to do it again. If he was so happy with his performance, why is he asking for it to be done again? He obviously lost.
That's actually really fucking funny.
I don't think Jeff realized that he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to you guys.
Felted, bro.
I don't think he realizes that he wasn't dismissing me. He was dismissing you guys.
You should have said that in your fucking thing. Hey, I got questions from my audience. Like, this is from the audience.
However, don't be a troll. Realize that the VGAs are getting better. I mean, they started with Jenna Jameson and Madden winning Game of the Year. And now we are actually getting what we want. No advertising in the names of the awards, augmented reality, stuff for gamers.
Augmented reality? In 2010?
Connect? I don't know what he's talking about.
Augmented reality was garbage in 2010. But it's still mid now. What is he talking about?
Celebrities that actually game, hosts that we like and care about.
What if you don't like
them? But still, there are some things that need fixing. So until then, continue to submit your comments, questions, suggestions about this year's...
Wait, so he's still going to add to the list of questions for the email? So Jeff's going to get...
He thinks that Jeff's going to respond to... I'm going to tell you, that email went right into the junk folder and was deleted inside.
And he blocked the email.
The allotment for junk. Yeah, like, it's gone in a week, you know?
Show, and I'll see you guys on the next...
Probably marked fucking Joe as spam. You know, he put the
absolutely did. Sorry, didn't see it. I don't even know who you are. What?
Next Angry Joe show.
We got to find his showdown with Jeff from later, where Jeff's like, I don't even remember that.
We got to do this on the next show.
I do kind of want to see what these comments say too. I do kind of want to see
Jeff versus Angry Joe 2.
No, it is true. Angry Joe did throw Spoonie under the bus at E3. He absolutely did.
Yep.
It was fucking jokes, Spoonie yelling betrayal. You know, it's the idea that they were ever going to actually be serious games journalists, though, it was just ridiculous. Like, they all had these delusions of grandeur that they were destined for better things. That Doug Walker was going to be a serious filmmaker and he was going to have the studio in Chicago, and it just never.
Well, here's my question. Why was anyone even mad about fucking the betrayal thing?
Well, Lord Cat blames that for why Notch wouldn't give him an interview, as though getting an interview with Notch would have made up for his total lack of talent, charisma, or likability, you know? But like, it wouldn't have.
But
deceptive to you, okay? I can be a very reasonable person. Let's do this in a different way. Let's have a real sit-down interview. And I know that you really care about the VGAs and that you're just doing your job. But I'm just doing mine, is to be honest and to report the way I see it. So I'll see you guys on the next Angry Joe show.
Okay.
Let's have a quick look at some of these. It's like seeing the shower thoughts of someone who lost an argument. Yes, it is. You can tell I got to him. No, my friend, he got to you.
Oh, no.
Getting angry doesn't mean you automatically made a point. Lamau, when Jeff says, keep going, Joe, you can tell he's decided to have fun. The Chad Jeff Keighley versus the Virgin Angry Joe.
Oh, my God.
I tried to be diplomatic first sentence. I have a bone to pick with this guy. I laughed so hard when Jeff tried explaining the band's chosen and gets caught off by Joe saying, yeah, but what about my idea I just made up? I give Joe a bit of credit for leaving this up. It's pretty humiliating.
Oh.
Two juggernauts going at it. This was Goliath crushing David in one swift motion. That little smile he has, that is years of training. I swear I laughed nonstop for 5 minutes.
Oh.
A decade, an entire decade of laughing at this every time the VGAs roll around. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh my God.
I don't hate you, dude. Buddy, he doesn't think about you at all. Furious Fernando got completely shat on. 10 years later, it's still brilliant how Jeff handled your attitude. I've got a bone to pick with you, Jeff. Okay, who starts a conversation like that? Mistake number one, acting like a video game awards show matters. Mistake number two, everything else. He came at me hard. He practically blew in your direction and you exploded. I wish we could sort by oldest comment to see.
Yeah, we can.
Can you sort by oldest? I think it's only newest and top.
You go new, and then you just scroll for 3 years.
But there's like, yeah, you have to scroll for 17 years, buddy. I do want to see, like, let's just see if we can get there, because I want to see what people were saying about it at the time. Anyone was siding with Joe. This really is.
Is it just like forever in loading limbo?
Oh, fuck. YouTube is so brutal, man, not letting you sort by oldest like 2 years ago. We have to just keep going.
I have to do this so it can let it load the next frame. We're 4 years. It's not bad. We'll get there.
Buddy, it was 16 years.
Oh, yeah, we'll get there.
Okay. We're going to get there. It's amazing as people have been leaving comments this entire time. Like, it never ends.
Yeah. It's like...
Oh, man.
Let's get some subs.
I love that comment that was just LOL, who cares?
Imagine being Joe and posting
one of them
this.
just said, grow up. Grow up.
Every once in a while, I watch this again. It's to see it's the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. Yes, it still is. This guy's a fucking
Joe
dork.
comes off as someone who's very uncomfortable to have a conversation.
Yeah, yikes, dude. Oh my God. 17 years of felting?
No, Erwan, I'm recording that with Josh tomorrow. It'll be out on Wednesday. The Kiwi Casino.
There you go. What the fuck?
9 years ago. This video shows how fat Joe got. And that was 9 years ago. They were calling him fat. You're an idiot, Joe. That was 9 years ago. Oh, he was an idiot.
Did you hear that beep?
10 years ago.
Okay, chat heard that?
Yeah.
It was like, boop, 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 boop. I got Morse code in my headphones. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
That was scary. I thought that was just my headphones.
Thanks for trying, Joe.
This is where people...
Oh, Joe doesn't know how to interview.
Okay, here we go.
People are
people are starting to side with Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, yo, here's 10 years ago. I would have bought you a beer.
It's just embarrassing how Jeff completely shut you down. It's
Peeves
fucking video
bedroom.
games. You're acting like it's ISIS or some shit. Well, yeah. This was embarrassing for both of you.
Yeah, I got wrecked, man.
Jeff was a douche, but Joe wasn't prepared. Yeah. Well, that's the truth. But
fucked Joe in the ass with no lube.
Joe in the ass. Jeff is amazing. XD. Maybe if you did the interview as corporate commander, he would have showed you some respect. That's a tough one.
Base Dorito Pope. Jeff in 2 words, two faces.
I don't even think he was the Doritos Pope by this time. You know, like that's like 5 years later. Like 11 years ago was 5 years after this came out.
By the way, FF14 in 2010, it was the first version. Now I played FF14, the reboot of it, which is like good in my opinion for what it was. But in 2010, the first FF14 was absolute dog shit, to the point where the story is that world got destroyed for the reboot. Like the reboot of FF14, the story is the world got destroyed by an evil force to erase the memory of FF14. So fucking pissed Pablo wanted FF14, the worst MMO, to be nominated? What a
he was
fucking...
just grasping at straws, man. He had nothing, man.
Yeah. All right.
We're never gonna get.
Are we
All right, let's
ready?
go back to the documentary.
No, dude.
We gotta finish.
I'm like, burnt.
We'll never. I got it, bro. Let's do it. Let's finish it.
And so Joe posted a video of the interview.
I don't know where he is. And then out of nowhere, I literally see him sprinting towards me. And he's like, Joe, come on. You got 2 minutes. Go. Joe, you got 2 minutes. Go. That is not how you start an interview. That very first thing, he has me on my back foot right there. You have 2 minutes. Go, go. I realize I'm not going to get all of my questions answered, but I'm hoping to at least have 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Ideally, I would want a sit-down interview that I originally requested 15 minutes. But no, 2 minutes. Joe, go, go, 2 minutes.
The upload includes both Joe's full interview with Keely
I gotta say,
on the
I'm
VGA
so
red
glad
carpets,
that we
as well
did
as his
watch
post-mortem.
the entire thing, because what you're seeing there can't do it justice. You have to see the entire meltdown.
Yeah, of course.
Joe, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We got Uncreative for 5 subs and Dark Vision for a sub as well.
Let's go.
Jan Soup for 10 subs. You see, guys, they want the segment.
It's close.
They want this.
It shut down.
Listen, who's got some big support here at 6 a.m. to keep the show going? I think we're at 7 minutes and,
I got
and 43 seconds.
Oh my god.
All right, go grab a Coke.
Yeah, I need it.
My one-eyed wonder weasel for 10 subs.
1 sec.
All right. Just hit play. He's gone. It's all right. It's all right.
I'll hit play. I'll hit.
My one-eyed wonder weasel for 45
to a higher standard, he felt as though he had let them down. This video has gone down in infamy as one of the most embarrassing moments in Angry Joe's career, to the point that it's practically impossible to discuss him online without it being addressed. He did somewhat get the last laugh in the end, though, as a couple of years later, Jeff Keighley was interviewed while sitting right next to a bag of Doritos and several bottles of Mountain Dew, all while a giant standee for Halo 4 loomed large behind him. This was the epitome of the over-commercialization of the video game industry that gamers had.
Explain to chat. I have to make a G Fuel come out of Coke, so 1 second.
No. So this is the thing. Like, Gamers from Mars here is crying or not even crying, but he's trying to say that Jeff had a downfall because there was a meme that made him mega popular and famous on the internet of him being the Doritos Pope. The Doritos Pope meme is fucking based. It's funny as fuck. It's not like he went viral for being a pedophile or a rapist or like a murderer or something. He went viral for being like the ultimate consummate corporate shill, which is exactly what he is. And it was so fitting and it was jokes as fuck. Like, I don't think that means that Joe somehow won that interaction or got the last laugh, because ultimately Jeff Keighley still runs the VGAs. Like, I don't know. That's a big time fucking cope, I think, from Gamer from Mars there. Like, this happened in 2012, by the way. Like, he's still running shit like 14 years later. In no way did this actually hurt him, other than some people made fun of him on the internet for a hot minute.
Been complaining about, and earned Keighley the nickname Dorito Pope. Of course, Joe seized the opportunity to parody it in his own video.
Hello, I'm Angry Joe,
so he
this is my review of Halo 4.
He was still seething all those years later. But yeah, that's his W. Right. Jeff didn't think of him at all.
It's a good game, and I got plenty of bonus XP.
But even though people didn't necessarily love Mr. Keighley, the disastrous VGA interview still did some damage to Angry Joe's reputation. It didn't help that 2010 was also the same year in which Joe made a video at E3 with
and on your point there, it's like, oh, Jeff Keighley was destroyed by that meme. It's like, was he? What the fuck are you guys talking about? It was like kind of silly, but who gives a shit?
Other blistered.
By the way, I don't think Jeff Keighley's the most entertaining, like charismatic, like greatest host ever.
I think he kind of sucks, which is evidence that, like, just how low that Joe is, that he got demolished by somebody like that. Like, he's just like the ultimate like corporate stooge.
Yes.
He's just a corporate stooge sock puppet, but even that's too much for Joe to handle.
Yeah, exactly.
Thumb's contributor named Spoonie, who shouted and made a scene in the middle of the show floor.
Betrayal! What? Joe shot his pants. He's so scared. By the way, nobody even gave a shit. Nobody even turned their head, you know? But apparently, this was the ultimate downfall of the entire website, was that Spoonie yelled betrayal at a shitty game that was a betrayal.
Yeah.
Like, this was him being true and honest to the roots of what he is and what his audience wanted. That's what we wanted, was somebody like Spoonie to go there and yell betrayal. This game fucking sucks.
Well,
we didn't want Joe to go there and get felted.
XCOM was a tactical, like game, right? Where you move your people and you shoot. And then the one that fucking betrayed him, it turned into like a
third-person shooter. I hear though it's not that bad.
Okay, let's not even get into that.
Some people like it, but
hot take alert.
Betray!
You're like, you know what? I actually liked it. Like, no.
I hear a lot of people say it's a really good game.
Yeah, and a lot of people say FF13 is a good game, and we were all wrong for it.
Hell! What? Betrayal! Betrayed me! This game sucks!
It has been claimed that this incident caused all Channel Awesome contributors to be temporarily banned from E3.
I hope that's actually true, bro.
I bet that's not even true. They all just thought they were banned.
It's not even true, to be honest. They just weren't invited back because they suck.
Although there is no evidence to support that.
Oh,
well, it was Lord Cat's crying, Lord Cat sobbing. Bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia.
Regardless, these instances set Blistered Thumbs on the back foot in terms of their journalism.
Can we stop using the word back foot tonight, guys?
Oh,
we've used the word back foot about 1,000 fucking times tonight.
Integrity, and the public embarrassments echoed an uneasiness that was bubbling behind the scenes. One of the earliest issues that arose came from the website's comment moderation, where users' posts were often taken down without warning, and some were outright banned due to the poor communication.
Yep. Oh yeah, they were.
And of what the rules were. While this was a site-wide problem, one of the biggest exacerbators was Micah Curtis, who was self-admittedly in an unhealthy headspace during this time.
I was a miserable bastard, and I couldn't let go of my divorce. I couldn't get past my flaws. I couldn't get past anything. I was a prick. Quite frankly, though.
Yeah, it's like, this is the Joe the Joe documentary, but now it's about bad.
Some guy no one's ever heard of, some bit player on Blistered. I guess he was like the head janitor or something. I don't know.
Hated the audience. I fucking hated the Blistered Thumbs audience at the start. But the thing is that I hated the audience and I hated gamers because I hated myself.
Right.
It was because of this that Joe and the Channel Awesome higher-ups decided to strip Curtis of his editor position, sending him off to work on himself. A few months later, he returned with a more positive outlook, managing to reclaim his old title. What followed in 2011 was Blistered Thumb's strongest year, as the site was consistently pleasing its readership with well-written reviews and articles. Despite the rocky beginning, perhaps Joe and his team could still turn Blistered Thumbs into the titan of gaming journalism that he desperately wanted it to be. However, there were still a lot of problems with the management.
Well, look at Joe here. Do you think it worked out?
That fans were not privy to, which had potential to bring everything down. For starters, a common thread shared amongst many former contributors was that Joe was not the strongest leader, and it certainly didn't help that he was receiving very little support from the people above him. Editorial oversight was allegedly lax, and he was running himself.
What was Doug supposed to do for him? Like, Doug gave him... Doug gave him literally everything. Like, he wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for Doug. Like, none of these bums would. Doug was the draw. He was bringing in all of the viewership, all of the traffic to the website. He carried it on his back. And it's like, these people are like, he never did enough for me. Was he supposed to powder your ass and wipe your fucking bum? Like, what did you want? Seriously.
Self-ragged, maintaining Blistered Thumbs while still producing.
Doug Walker needed to mention Joe in every single fucking video he made and promoted Joe and sucked his dick on weekends. You know what I mean?
Producing his own videos. But the bigger issue was the lack of a strong revenue.
Now that like Joe is the big shot, like you never hear him do anything for Doug. Like, none of them do. Like Lindsay Ellis, like they do everything they can to destroy the guy who gave them what they have.
I'm gonna be real. I think fucking Doug still beating Angry Joe on the main YouTube.
That's tough. That's tough if that's true for Joe, man.
It is.
New stream.
Let me double check.
You see, Channel Awesome did not provide much in the way of funding, and so the only way the site could be monetized.
What were they supposed to do? What were they supposed to do in terms of fund? They were just going off Google AdSense? How the fuck did they think that Channel Awesome was being funded exactly? What? So you've got one site that's successful, that's generating ad revenue off of the back of Doug Walker, and then that site has to subsidize the spin-off site to like how much money? Like, by the way, this is like, it wasn't like this was a multi-million-dollar outfit, okay? I don't know exactly how much resource Mike Michaud had. Maybe Mike Michaud really was a multi-millionaire and was bogarting his wealth and could have invested here or there, but I just don't know. Like, it wasn't like they went to work for Disney. This fucking some rinky-dink bullshit.
I hate to break it to you, but Nostalgia Critic is failing. God damn, these views are bad. Holy shit.
This was through Google AdSense.
By the way, a few weeks ago, he did the first viewing of Endgame.
Really?
Yeah. What the fuck? Wait, is this an old video? It can't be.
Well, but it's like, if you're saying it's all failing and AVGN, it's like, well, you can't make the same video for 20 fucking years. Like, it's a miracle they're doing as well as they are doing to where they can still make a decent living doing this stuff. Like, because the formula really hasn't changed in 20 years. And in the ways it has changed, it's probably changed for the worse.
Yep, true.
Since Blistered Thumbs was text-based, advertising revenue was a fraction
of... I haven't thought about it since I ordered the Doug Walker plush, but I haven't got the Doug Walker plush. So.
You were scammed, bro. It's not coming.
I probably was scammed by Oni Plays, bro. Does anybody know when that shit's supposed to ship?
You bought it from Oni Plays? I would not expect it anytime soon.
What could be earned from video focus?
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
You get what you fucking deserve, buddy.
Enterprises like that guy with the glasses. As a result, writers went unpaid, instead being compensated with free review copies of video games. The other problems with Blistered Thumbs revolved around infighting between...
I'm sorry, but this wasn't like a genuine network. Like, this wasn't... They didn't have the money to pay people 6 figures a year to review games that had no audience of their own. The fact they're even getting review copies for something that's a hobby, like especially at this time, there was really no expectation that you were genuinely going to make a living off of this stuff. In fact, the audience actively resented you making a living. A lot of them did, and hated that they would monetize and make money or run ads. Like,
staff members. I need to point out that since this took place in private chat rooms over a decade ago, with none of the actual interactions being archived, this story will have to be pieced together through second-hand recollections. It's important to note that some people, including Angry Joe himself, have never spoken publicly about what exactly went down. Allegedly, the conflict stemmed from a disagreement between two writers, Micah Curtis and Eli Simet, who was also a former journalist from Koku Gamer. While the two were initially good friends, as time went on, irreconcilable differences began to form in their worldviews. To put it simply, Eli held strong progressive values, what some at the time might have referred to as SJW, while Micah was strongly against that. This all happened in 2012, a couple of years before the beginning of the Gamergate movement that tore the internet in half.
Every documentary has the Gamergate mention. It is so rattling.
I'm not sure how prevalent SJW was in 2012. Maybe it was. I guess it was.
It was just starting.
It was just starting. Like, it was just starting to take off. Like, Anita was what, 2013, or was she 2012?
What was Big Red? Was Big Red 2012? You know who I'm talking about? Big Red? Or no?
Yeah, I know. And Trigglypuff. Big Red was the bitch with the red hair.
She was the first SAW I ever saw.
Big fat bitch. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first one I ever saw.
Gamergate was about ethics in gaming journalism. Or
Big Red is a cunt. Yeah, of course.
or was a harassment campaign against women in gaming, depending on who you talk to. The opposing views of these two men were the perfect microcosm of the battlefield that was beginning to form. According to another Blistered Thumb writer named Robert Grosso, the two often butted heads both over politics and how to run the websites, with Joe caught in the middle. I had an inkling of issues between Eli, Micah, and Joe because of the writers' chat room, where they talked a lot. Sometimes it was healthy debates, sometimes it was not, to put it lightly. Micah was always a strong personality like Eli, and both had different ideas regarding how to showcase content. Reportedly, the animosity drove Eli to try and convince Joe to fire Micah on multiple occasions to no avail. This only further served to irritate Eli, leading to him going over Vargas's head and contacting a Channel Awesome administrator by the name of Holly Brown to see if she could do something about it. Coincidentally, this was during a time when Micah was engaged in a separate beef with Joe's then-girlfriend Amanda, who was also a content creator, when he posted a negative tweet that she reportedly thought was about her.
Around this time, I had managed to anger the woman he called his girlfriend, but I prefer these days to call her his former pet horse, Amanda. You look at her face, you'll see why I say that. She's a horse, former pet horse.
It's like
Amanda.
poetry.
You look at her face.
I didn't realize that he was doing this shit with his girlfriend and stuff. That's wild. Holy fuck.
You'll see why I say that. She threw a fit over something that she thought I had directed at her on Twitter, when really I was complaining about something that Yahtzee Croshaw had said on Zero Punctuation. So, sorry Amanda, you were never that special. From there, though, she then vocally quit the site over it. Her little tantrum was noticed by Holly, who, at the behest of Eli, used this as leverage with the Walkers and Mashad to try to show that Joe and I could not do our jobs properly, and that Blistered Thumbs was one giant mess.
While Micah frames the Amanda incident as the primary factor that got him and Joe removed from Blistered Thumbs, others have said that it was for entirely different reasons. Austin Yorsky, the man who took over for Vargas as the new editor-in-chief, spoke about it in an interview years later. Joe's departure from Blistered Thumbs was entirely unrelated and, in fact, quite complicated. I wasn't privy to 100% of the relevant conversations, but I was involved in a number of them, and have spoken at exhausting length with those who were present for events at which I was not. Channel Awesome was frustrated with Joe for multiple reasons, including Blistered...
I'll give Gamer from Mars that this is new information that I didn't know. But my thing is, do we need to know this? Like, is this very interesting? I don't know. What do you think, Andy?
No, I'm falling asleep. I'm literally falling asleep right now.
Hang in there, bro. We're gonna make it, bro. I don't know. We may or may not make it to 6:30. We'll see. I was hoping to make it to 6:30, but
he built website and his inability to instantly replicate the success of that guy with the glasses. A personal incident which is beyond the scope of this conversation made it difficult for Channel Awesome to justify allowing the argument to continue. Whatever the reason, Angry Joe was now out as editor-in-chief of Blistered Thumbs after a 2-year tenure. The following year, the website was closed, folding the publication back into the main That Guy with the Glasses website, where it continued on before ultimately shutting down completely in the late 2010s. As time went on, there just became less and less demand for text-based reviews when they had so many creators making videos about the same topics. And even though he had ultimately...
Is that what it was? Like, I actually thought it was always like video reviews. Obviously, it was going to fucking fail.
It was just like text. And by the way, Quartering tried doing this 10 years later with Progressively Games. What was it called? Only Games?
Yeah, something like that.
What was it called? Fuck.
He failed with Blistered Thumbs. Joe still remained one of the most popular personalities in that niche. In fact, he was essentially part of the main cast of characters for Channel Awesome, appearing prominently in crossovers and anniversary movies. One of my personal favorite roles for him is in the Christmas special, You're a Rotten Dirty Bastard, in which the nostalgia critic sees what all of his friends' lives would be like if he was never born.
We're at the residence of the one you call Angry Joe.
Angry Joe.
He's a gardener.
Angry Joe is still in Mexico?
Anywhere if it wasn't for me. No, absolutely not. No.
Okay.
No. Right. No, I'm through digging around here, Canada.
He's not even a fucking citizen.
Right.
What the fuck?
Like, okay.
You get rid of that snobby little province of Quebec, or I'm gonna get rid of it for you. You understand?
So he became like Trump.
He's
like threatening Canada and Quebec. So, and now he'll cry about Trump doing that today. But in his fantasy of being president, he was bullying Canada too, buddy. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, actually.
People, they didn't elect me to be some kind of pushover. He's the fucking president of the United States!
During his time as editor-in-chief of Blistered Thumbs, Vargas was now revamping.
What's really annoying if you actually try and watch a Nostalgia Critic video is how he uptalks like everything. It's like it's fucking really grating.
I hate it. Even the movies, though, he acts like that.
Yeah, it's gotten worse though. I think like it's
all fucking
Angry Joe Show. This is when the series started taking the shape fans were generally most familiar with.
Yes.
Featuring a format of Joe talking about the game he was reviewing on his space station sets, while graphics appear on the screen behind him, intercut with skits featuring him and his friends. His most frequent collaborator was Joe Lopez, better known as Other Joe, who usually acted in whatever supporting role Vargas needed for a video. Even though he incorporated costumes and skits into his content, Joe didn't give his series a deep lore in the same way his channel awesome contemporaries like Linkara did.
Oh, can I say Linkara? Yeah.
It was less effort than Linkara's Autismo universe, where there was like 20 different timelines and versions of everything. It was insane.
Hated that.
To this day, I don't think there's even one living soul on this planet who could accurately explain the entire Linkara universe lore. Like, I'm sure there is, but
No, remember you tried explaining to me when watching the movie? You're like, and as you were explaining, you stop and you go, actually, I don't even know if that's right. Remember, you were like so confused. You confused yourself.
I'm not even sure if Linkara himself could explain.
Because you're like,
or remembers all of the
he
details.
was Mecha. He's Mecha Linkara because in like the 13th episode of his show, he was killed off and became a cyborg. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You ever seen the meme where it's like white Neo Zoroastra Power Ranger Linkara and it says this is the most badass thing on the internet, period? It's
retarded, bro. I actually lost my mind, bro, when you said that. We gotta watch that movie one day, like on the show, I think, because it is actually fucking. Oh my god. Anyway, let's continue.
He did have an arch.
Okay, press 1 if you watch.
Here it is.
The 4-hour one?
Here it is, buddy.
Suburban.
Let me show this to you. This is crazy. This is how memes used to be. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. White Linkara Zeo Ranger. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most badass thing on the internet, period. And that was unironic. Like, they really believed that.
I don't even remember this. I remember Mecha. Isn't there like a scene with Linkara being Lindsay as a Mecha?
Yes. Yeah, that's in To Boldly Flee. Yeah.
Yeah. And then didn't she cry about it later?
There's Corporate Commander. I don't remember if it was Mars Girl was upset or what.
Yes, someone was like really mad about the scene.
Was it Linkara? It was Linkara that was upset? I don't know.
Because are you talking about anime? No. Okay, this is a new guy. Welcome to the show. Oh no, it's not a new guy. Never mind. January 9th. No, we're talking about this Angry Joe Linkara. Like, have you been watching? Did you just jump in? Like, I don't know. I don't think we should start from the beginning.
Corporate Commander, clearly modeled after Cobra Commander from G.I. Joe. This villain was a stand-in for all greedy video game executives and gave Joe someone to take out his frustrations on.
Cobra Commander, like, okay, go ahead, Joe.
All right.
Yes, I did it! I finally did it! Joe is so pissed off!
Let that be a lesson to you. The rest of you, we're watching. We're watching.
In many ways, the mid to late 2010s could be considered the golden age of the Angry Joe Show. He gave gamers exactly what they were looking for. Thorough, well-edited reviews for all of the newest releases from someone who shared...
Yeah, remember when he actually did every video was a review? Yeah. And now it's like 50 videos of garbage and then a review?
All of their frustrations with the state of the industry, with his YouTube vids often getting millions of views each.
Well, listen, this guy here, Mike Madness, goes, this was also shit, bro, but I'm also 10 years older than PPP, so this was all just too childish at the time. Yeah, I could see, like, you know, if you didn't grow up with it not being so good.
Buddy, I know. I hope you're enjoying the lore at least, you know?
Appreciated that his skits.
I can imagine if I was 15 years older, which, yikes, I'd be like 60 or something. I would be like, what the fuck is this shit? This is garbage.
Were brief and very tongue-in-cheek, not coming across as overbearing or self-serious the same way many online critics did at the time. That being said, there were still some cracks forming. The 2000s angry reviewer trope was just that, a trope.
That's the Captain
People like angry video game nerd or nostalgia critic were playing a character, and were not as easily enraged as they came across
in the
Well, content. Joe was also playing
Easter Bunny's not real. Like fuck.
Character, of course, but as we've already discussed, his moments of outrage came from a much more genuine place than his contemporaries. This was evident in uploads such as YouTube Copyright Disaster from 2013, in which Vargas ranted about YouTube's new Content ID system, resulting in an outburst that became a meme.
The system could care less, and you could care less, because you already pocketed your fucking money. I don't even have money in my wallet.
Doesn't even have money.
Because you took all this.
$7 you took all my money.
This is the only
yeah, that might have to be a sticker.
Joe, I think we have that.
Held up to his head. Do we have Joe posted?
We have one. We have one. Hang on. Let me see. We've got
$7. Yeah.
Oh no, we have this.
Pablo.
Oh yeah, it's this one. Remember?
The shit posting about this is so fucking Kino. Oh man, this is one of the greatest memes of all.
My favorite sticker is is this one.
In the arms of an angel.
You don't care about promoting your products. You don't care about people reviewing your and improving your. No.
My favorite channel awesome thing I watch like once every like 3 months. Me and my buddies watch is Linkara doing the Power Rangers review.
No,
have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that?
Which one?
Where
Which
he's
one?
like, I have told
the retrospective. On
I
Power
have
Rangers?
told you guys enough times. The review will be done when it's done.
Yes. When Linkar was telling everybody to turn off their ad block, do you remember that? Rattled that people are using ad block? Oh my god.
Have you seen that? It'll be done when it's done.
Yes.
It's the funniest video. It'll be out when it's out. That's what he says.
You care.
And then Mega 64 did a whole like parody of that rant.
This that's all the you
next time
care
I watch
about.
that.
In fairness, this was an issue that
Cinema Snob is still like a legend, by the way.
Pretty much everyone on YouTube was talking about at the time, and Joe's opinion was the same as the vast majority of other content creators, but his reaction was still noticeably more emotional than most. In many ways, this is what his fans liked about him. Joe was hot-headed, yes, but he was also passionate and unafraid to speak his mind about issues that he cared about, even if it made him look cringe. But sometimes he would kick the hornet's nest and give his thoughts on much more contentious topics, as fans would soon find out.
Kicks.
Where have you been?
He says,
what?
Whoa, he's doing the DSP parody? Okay. He says, boss accidentally woke me up at 6 a.m. Let's fucking go. Andy, if you're serious about going to Japan in a few years, I highly recommend Game Gengo on YouTube. Dude's from Australia, but does Let's Plays of Final Fantasy, Pokemon, etc. in Japanese, and breaks down the grammar and vocabulary. It's painfully underrated. Gonbatai, good luck, senpai, or whatever the fuck that is.
Cool. Gengo? Okay. And I am heading to Japan in a few years, 100%.
In the day, Joe had an annual tradition of counting down the previous year's biggest gaming controversies. While these mostly focused around topics like bad releases and corporate greed, in his video about 2013, he discussed the response to online personality Anita Sarkeesian and her series Tropes vs. Women in Video Games. I'm sure the mere mention of her name made the spines of some people in the audience shudder.
This was really the first time that I truly lost all faith in Joe. And I was like, he's just wrong. And I knew he was wrong. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually siding with Anita Sarkeesian.
Did you see Anita's fucking cope about the recent situation with Slay the Spire?
Yeah, but it's just like, none of it even matters. Like, anybody giving her attention, like, nobody should have given her attention in the first place, quite honestly.
Yeah, no, it's true. I blame this all on Sargon.
While she's largely lost her relevance today, it can't be overstated how huge Sarkeesian's influence was during this era of the internet.
She didn't actually have influence. What happened was every fucking buddy and their mother made 100 videos about her, like shitting on her, easily dunking on her. And then because of that, she cried and played the victim and got to go on Colbert and got to go to the UN and all this shit. Like,
her as a hero for talking about how women were depicted negatively in video games, the other side hated the fact that she seemed to be attacking their identity as gamers. When Joe spoke out about it, he landed firmly in her defense, stating that, while he didn't agree with everything she said, he thought she made some valid points. Bizarrely, his primary focus was Sarkeesian's criticisms of the way female video game characters are often sexualized.
We want them to be sexualized, you retards! Well, yes! We don't want ugly bitches in our games, and if they are ugly, they're side characters. No one fucking cares. Fucking retards.
The controversy and issue is the gross reaction to it by many butthurt man-children and actual clueless little boys who think that this woman is out to take away their porn and video games permanently. And that she will somehow actually end up doing that. And this next thing is gonna blow your fucking mind. Trust me, many feminists love sex.
Joe. That's the point. It's not the point. Do they, by the way?
Cringe show. Like,
they love
zip up the jacket, Joe.
Sex and video games.
I mean, they may love sex, but you wouldn't love to have sex with them. That's why they're fucking feminists.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
then they would say you raped them after the fact. Like, fuck off.
Whether it's Mass Effect or Witcher 2, and if it's done right, it adds to the story.
I think we have to take down Joe. Honestly, I think he has to be the next Jared, to be honest.
And personal connection to the game and characters.
What, you don't think that's possible?
Hot. But when it's done poorly, it feels out of place and just an excuse to show a boobie.
Hey, here's what I'm going to do, Ash. I'm going to start watching Joe videos and clipping small little pieces. And I'm going to bring a test worst of Joe. I'll find when he's annoying or has a bad take. Oh, make a 10-minute chat. Do you want that? Me make a 10-minute, just a test A-log session.
To an immature crowd. Given the choice, you'd pick boobs that are worth a damn every single time.
This was the moment that caused some viewers to start turning on Vargas, accusing him of becoming a social justice warrior. Interestingly, though, when he talked about Gamergate in his 2014 video, he took a much more middle-of-the-road stance.
So he goes, I'm down to help, Andy. If you guys find any funny, relevant, like Joe being a fucking loser clips, send them to me, okay?
We got Mr. Homeless for 5 subs. Big support.
And the thing is, Joe will actually get mad, I think.
You see that?
Well, he will. I don't even like. That's why I always like back off of this, because I know he actually will spiral and crash out, and I don't even really want that to happen to him. But
we should buy MAGA hats and wear MAGA hats while we A-log him.
It's ultimately kind of inevitable that he is going to flame out, regardless of if we poke at him or not.
Yeah.
The GG movement is relatively small but vocal group.
You know what we have to do while we do this? I know it will break him. While we're doing the A-logging of him, whenever other Joe or Alex says something, we go, yeah, he's making sense. Come on, Joe. Like, it will make him even more mad because
on Twitter, not all of them are bad guys. Anti-GG, you've got to stop bullying them. You've got to stop doxing them. You got to stop harassing them, saying that their movement is all garbage.
Mr. Homeless for 5 subs.
You don't understand that people find identity within these movements. I understand what it's like to create a community. I run the AJSA. A lot of the people within GG found GG at a rough time in their lives. They made new friends. They played video games. They have a common goal.
The only reason they're in it is because they're at a rough time in their lives and they're fucked up. Okay, Joe, sure.
Stop calling it GG. Like
the death. And GG.
Are we still the main video on Kick's homepage for the last like 3 hours?
Well, it's 6 in the morning.
Oh, and they have this time. They have our chat up there too. Let's go. Wow, they cleaned up the page a little bit.
Dark Blitz Frenzy for 2 subs.
Everyone say hi. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Eddie.
Here's, you need to realize that some of these people who are social justice warriors, who just want people to be more civil and point out inconsistencies.
No, it's not like that, Joe. Come on,
bro.
Yeah, the SJWs just wanted to point out inconsistencies. Come on, man. Dude. It's so naive.
Critique video games in their own way, even if you don't agree with them. They're not
yeah,
people,
exactly. They wanted to invade
gamers. They're real gamers. We're all
they're
gamers here. They have a right to their opinion.
If you were around during 2014, you would know that this was a shockingly level-headed take for someone to have during the height of Gamergate. This was a time when both sides were tearing at each other's throats, each believing the absolute worst of the other. But Joe, having been steeped in gamer culture for his entire life, was able to see the bigger picture. I really can't stress this enough. Nobody was talking about Gamergate in 2014 the same way Joe did. Speaking of Gamergate, there was another controversy mentioned in this video that, even though Joe was not directly involved in, I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention here. You see, earlier that year, the online gaming network Polaris had held a game jam, basically an event where developers were tasked
with... Like, that Joe's take on that was good? Like, he saw the bigger picture?
I'm actually mad. What the fuck is he talking about?
I'd argue that he didn't see the bigger picture at all. Like, at all. He didn't see what was going on at all in the culture wars, what was driving this stuff socially. Like, he had no clue at all.
I don't even have a reaction to that.
Creating the best video game they could within a few days. Angry Joe, being a partner of Polaris, was chosen to be one of the judges. The intention was that this would be filmed and presented as a web series, and in order to increase the budget, they were sponsored by the Dorito Pope's beloved Mountain Dew.
Here we go.
Now, we already know Joe's opinion on corporate influence in gaming, and his thoughts on Mountain Dew sponsorships specifically, so it's no surprise that he was not a fan of this idea.
He
and as the drink company began exerting more and more control over the production, he and his fellow content creators
were they forced to drink Mountain Dew during the reviews?
Fed up.
I butted heads with him several times. I laughed out loud over his insistence that I drink Mountain Dew and have a bottle in front of me at all times. I must have put 3 or 4 or 6 bottles under the table by the end of it.
The main source of these problems was a producer by the name of Maddie Lachette.
What are we talking about? What show is this?
What? Like, imagine being rattled that, like, the sponsor wanted to be promoted? Like, okay.
Then don't have a job. Don't get paid.
Did you get paid? You know, it's just like, okay.
No, but seriously, are we supposed...
I just don't even understand, though. It's like something like Mountain Dew, like, it's so innocuous. Like, it's not like, you're doing a Rumble ad for, like the cocoa supplement.
Or a dick pill or something, like...
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Operation hired to increase the drama. One of his primary methods of doing this was to try and instigate gender-related arguments between the men and women. Among the developers involved.
Stop it. We're not on Zoe.
Involved in the game jam was Zoe Quinn, who just a few months later would be the person responsible for firing the first shot of the aforementioned Gamergate movement. She had been teamed up with, I kid you not, John Jafari.
Okay. What?
I don't know. I will say this. He's, I thought I knew all of it, but he's actually brought up some stuff that I did not know about some of this stuff. So I do have to give him some credit there.
Once he, what's his fucking, oh my God, my brain's melted. We've been this show all day. What's his name again? Jontron. DM'd me back in the day and said, he just said, I love your videos. But then he got into that debate with Destiny and he was called out for being racist and he unfollowed everyone, including me.
AKA Jontron. Neither the YouTuber or game dev were known for their strong political beliefs publicly at this point, yet it was something that Maddie was hell-bent to capitalize on, harping on the two of them when they had the smallest of disagreements. All of this and more piled up, and caused the developers and judges to...
do you remember a girl called My Name is Josephine? A black chick who was like an anti-SJW? Do you remember her? My Name is Josephine?
I don't remember.
Anyway, in Toronto, like a bunch of us met up, including her, right? And she goes, I met Jontron in real life. I'm like, yeah, well, what happened with that Destiny shit? Like that. And she's like, no, I met him. And he's 100% racist. And I went, fuck, let's go.
Walk off this.
But she was black, so she was actually offended.
That's resulting in the Mountain Dew game jam falling apart after just one day. With
apparently,
John and Joe,
when she met him,
the Mountain Dew game jam.
Apparently, when My Name is Josephine met Jontron, all he talked about was kicking out immigrants out of America.
No way.
Apparently, and she was like, okay, I get it.
No.
And they were at like a bar with like a bunch of people and he couldn't stop talking about how he wants every immigrant out of America.
Chilling afterwards with their newly discovered free time.
Be Tom, or is it gonna be John? John or Tom? They're both three.
Like illegal immigrants.
Oh, it's John.
Yeah, you won that. You won it.
You have to realize they had a load of beers way before that point. I hate doing this. Is literally late hour. Why did I suggest it?
Again, that was an incident that had very little to do with Joe himself, but it does serve as another example of him being willing to speak his mind despite corporate pressure. That being said, there were times that he found himself being accused of hypocrisy. This point requires us to talk about one more thing that happened to Vargas in 2014. As it turns out, it was the same year that Justin Carmichael...
Buddy.
Not bring up Juario. Jesus.
So apparently, like the new evidence has came out that he wasn't even a pedophile.
Did you were saying so. Like
I think we saw this in a documentary. I forget who it was, but they were trying to revise history that he wasn't even a pedophile. He just like cheated on his wife with a woman who was like of age. I think she was like 21 or 22 or something like that.
Yeah, but then it was like revised that she was like underage and he blew his brains out in the bathroom and he was seen as a pedophile for like so long.
And then people said, why did he himself then? I don't know. I'm still going to say he's probably a pedophile just because it's been the established lore. But there was somebody who we watched it and they had like a really compelling argument that seemed to suggest otherwise.
Yeah.
Line as Juario took his own life. While Carmichael's legacy has become incredibly tainted today for reasons we truly don't have time to get into here, back then he was one of the most beloved.
Could we at least glaze over it?
Was he like, can you actually let us know if he was a pedophile or wasn't a pedophile?
Listen.
Like, can we get to that?
Leaders on Channel Awesome. Shortly after his death, Joe posted
he was not the most beloved member of the site. Like, he was a fucking nobody.
Oh my God.
I never saw. Did you ever see a Juario video? I never did.
No. Anti-Annihilator said Jew Wario is more interesting than Joe, to be honest. That's kind of wild.
Full video
to say out loud. Why would you
realizing his friend?
I probably will never have.
I remember this.
I probably will never have the words to describe the type of person that Justin was to everybody around him.
While this upload has since been deleted and thus none of what I'm about to say can be proven, Reddit posts from around this time claim that the video was fully monetized. Speculation in this thread is very...
It absolutely was.
I remember that.
I was there at the time, and it 100% was monetized. You know, like...
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I'm going to die.
Now, today, like, nobody would even give a shit.
No.
Nobody would bat an eye. But back then, it was like, how dare you? Bro?
Yeah. Even if you were saying news. No, if you were saying news in which someone died.
About, like, a tragic event. Like, if it was, like, a school shooting. If it was a tsunami or an earthquake or a fire or something. You could not make money off of that video.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. It was game over for you.
I remember the big one. It was back in the days, like 18 years ago. I know, guys, 18, 19 years ago. There was a kid who got his head decapitated on a roller coaster. You probably don't even remember this. And Philip DeFranco got raped over the coals for fucking
I do remember
monetizing that. Remember? Yeah. The kid crawled under the fence and then put his head up and the roller coaster slid his head off. Pretty wild.
Wildly, with some people saying that Joe was forced to run ads on all of his videos due to his deal with Polaris, while others made the assertion that all of the revenue would be donated to Carmichael's family. Still, others insisted that the video was not monetized at all. Again, through my research, I can't say for certain if Joe made money from the memorial, but regardless, it did serve to poke a hole in Vargas's credibility for a subsection of his audience. That and the fact that Jew Wario ended up being a rapist, but that's a story for...
Okay, so is he a rapist or a pedophile? Like...
Maybe he's a rapist pedophile.
I think he's just a rapist now. I don't know. I mean, you know, by definition, I guess a pedophile is a rapist, right? So he's a pedophile rapist, I guess.
Wait, he rapes pedophiles, or he's a
maybe he
pedophile?
Does. I mean, now that would be based if you're raping the pedophile, but maybe they'll enjoy that. Who knows?
He rapes pedophiles. All right.
For another day. Regardless of any controversy he may have found himself in, though, The Angry Joe Show was still widely viewed as a reliable source for well-thought-out and professionally edited game reviews for many years.
Yeah, he's the gay Punisher.
But in 2017, fans noticed a drop-off in the number of videos being uploaded to the channel. On July 14th, both Joes posted a vlog explaining that they would be taking a 2-month hiatus from angry reviews due to burnout. This did upset some of his fans, but was largely understandable when presented in a vacuum. The real problem is what happened next. Just 4 days later, Vargas uploaded his video about the Season 7 premiere of Game of Thrones, taking the form of an hour-long unscripted discussion between him and his friends with minimal editing. Needless to say, this is not what people wanted to see from the channel, especially since he had just announced his hiatus of the series the majority of people were subscribed for. Both this discussion video and the break announcement were flooded with dislikes and irate comments accusing Joe of being lazy. Previously, when Joe had faced backlash from his fan base, it was a small subset that he was able to ignore.
No, it's true. They don't even level the fucking audio in the freeform reviews, and they never have. Like, it's still an issue. Like, as of like a couple months ago when I tuned in, it was all fucked up.
Yeah, and then by the way, Angry Joe just yells so loud and it peaks the audio, and then it like fucks the audio for your ears and you lower the volume, and then other Joe's like, he's like this like low voice. It's so annoying.
An overwhelming onslaught of anger, the likes of which he had never seen before. This was when Joe went on the offensive. He started replying.
Yeah, audio enhancing is one button in Premiere where it levels the low to the medium and the high to the medium too. Like,
to negative comments, and then smugly posting those responses to Twitter to demonstrate how he especially owned the haters. A 1 hour long review of a TV show, but he can't do a 20-minute game review?
Yeah.
This shows the basic mentality of your below average YouTube commenter. They think that a 20-minute game review equals 20 minutes of work. How anyone finishes a single game in 20 minutes is beyond me. Versus a 1-hour review of a TV show in which we sit in place and discuss something unedited. If you ever
have to play a video game.
But do you have to insult the viewer and call them fucking stupid? Like, they probably don't know, nor does it matter to them what your process is. All they know is that they're not getting what they want, and instead they're getting a lower effort substitute, which they're not happy about.
Yeah.
And they'd probably rather have nothing.
And by the way, like, you're not doing like the completionist. Like, you have to just beat the game. Like, just tear through
did
it.
Completionist ever figure it out, or is he just
Oh my God, I didn't even...
Because remember, he came back.
Yeah.
After all that, oh my God,
back.
he's still going. He's back. He's trying.
Ooh, these views are.
Fuck. No, bro, this is not good for Buddy. He should probably just give up.
Gerard, do we bring him back?
Well, he's going to have to like become a right winger, you know, he's going to have to become a full blown, he's going to have to glaze Trump and be a Nazi and shit, you know.
Listen, we could bring you back, but you got to become racist.
That was the advice I gave him, was to just become like a completely evil villain, cartoon caricature, and just become like a heel.
Ever wanted to know why my YouTube comments are sometimes filled with stupid shit? This is the reason. Eventually, it got so bad that he turned off ratings and comments on the Game of Thrones video. But this decision only got him accused of further hypocrisy, since he had previously tweeted in 2014 that he would never, under any circumstances, disable comments on his YouTube videos. Rather than just deleting this tweet or ignoring it altogether, Joe posted a reply clarifying that he would disable them only if there was no great discussion and people are determined to make my comment section a fest in all videos. In a strange turn of events, despite previously talking about incredibly contentious topics like Arnita Sarkeesian and Gamergate, this ended up becoming the biggest controversy of Joe's career. It was something that needed to be addressed before things got really out of hand, and so a few days later he uploaded a video explaining that the angry reviews were not stopping or even slowing down. He had a much calmer tone here than he did on Twitter, and it seemed to do the trick in turning the temperature down. Joe did indeed return to making angry reviews after his break was over, but the fact that his channel was still filled with unscripted TV and movie discussions and trailer reactions rubbed his fans the wrong way. More importantly, the way he had lashed out on social media gave him a different vibe. While his audience previously viewed Joe as their buddy who felt as strongly about video games as they did, from this moment onward the relationship became much more antagonistic. As time went on, Joe and his fans started fighting more and more. Some of these were minor scuffles, such as his brief encounter with the Kingdom Hearts fanbase. This is a series known for deep and often confusing lore, giving it a bit of a stigma in the wider gaming community. This in turn has made its diehard fans incredibly protective against any reviewer who doesn't have a thorough understanding of the franchise. When Kingdom Hearts 3 was coming out, Joe caught flack from these avid players for exactly this reason, and made several posts about it on Twitter. The Kingdom Hearts community is one of the most elitist I've ever seen. I literally have people telling me not to review the game or they'll brigade me and harass me if I...
Gatekeep him! He's a pleb! Yes, gatekeep him. They were so righteous to not allow Joe to even talk about the game. Fuck him. He doesn't deserve to have an opinion on the game. He doesn't deserve to have an opinion on really any of these franchises. He's a bum.
Honestly, Kingdom Hearts 3 was shit, though.
Don't play all of the previous games first. No, you have 1,000...
Wait, you didn't play the first 2 games? Then shut your fucking mouth.
He didn't play. That's what I'm saying. Like, he also didn't play any of the Metal Gear Solid games before 5. Right. And then he didn't play, I don't think, any of the Fallout games before 4. And then like he acts as though like his opinion actually matters on this shit. And it's like, Not really.
Buddy.
Another diehard fan reviewers for that. Jesus. Nah, I think at this point I'm going to refuse to play the other games just to spite all the
I hate Joe.
Crazies who are overreacting to
New Vegas. Maybe he did.
No, he didn't play shit. No, this guy didn't play shit.
Daring to review a game on its own. What does my opinion even matter to these people?
By the way, he played Final Fantasy VII Remake for the first time and acted like he's ever played a Final Fantasy in his life. I would have to go back and watch his review, but I hated him for that.
It's worth noting that Joe did not end up reviewing the Disney game outside of an unscripted impressions video after playing a brief snippet of the game at a convention. Other battles were not quite so isolated though. The game Battlefield 5 was a deeply controversial title from the moment
Let me guess, he loved it.
that it was first announced for a variety of reasons. For many years, Joe had been a vocal critic of the game's publisher EA, and many of his fans expected him to jump on the bandwagon of hate. Whatever criticisms he may have had of EA though, Vargas was still a huge fan of the Battlefield series, and produced a lot of videos covering the build-up to the game's release. It must be stated that one of the reasons gamers were upset was because the character who was put front and center in the
Johnny, bro. You can like talk shit about right wing or whatever, but you can't say you're gonna kill us live. Like that's crazy, Johnny. Like that's fucking unhinged, bro. Like get a grip, bro. That's insane, bro. Get out.
What a weirdo.
Well, he's been sitting there maulding about like the right wing.
I don't even fucking like. I'm not even a Trumper.
You know, it's like
you fucking retard. It's called jokes. You fucking Lloyd.
That was crazy. He actually said, "I can't wait to kill one of you right wing people live." Like that's
he's been crying all fucking show.
Oh man. Anyway.
What a fucking
some guy who just came in for the first time here tonight. I don't know if he is trolling or what, but like,
yeah, well,
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. We're not even fucking American, you fuck.
Marketing and box art was a woman with a mechanical hand, which naysayers argued was inaccurate to the realistic
average liberal dent, exactly.
War II setting. This was a massive controversy during the game's
he was actually a legitimate seething liberal by the looks of it. Like he was actually like brain damaged. And it's like,
yeah,
you can say what you want. Like it's funny. Like we like having somebody around like that, but like, holy fuck, man, you're talking about coming and killing us? Like that's crazy, buddy.
Boy, in his profile, it says this about Johnny. Bruce Wayne Meridus Demicus, father to a murdered soul wife, to a murdered goat, and I will have my vengeance in this life.
Very schizophrenic. I probably shouldn't have even said anything, but it's like, whoa, bro. I was taken aback a little bit. I'm like, I haven't seen that, and I see a lot of shit, but I haven't seen that in a while. That's wild.
He's a little bit of a schizo. Let's be real.
Reveal, and EA did themselves no favors by how they chose to respond. Their chief creative officer, Patrick Sutherland, spoke about the backlash in an interview saying, "The common perception is that there were no women in World War II. There were a ton of women who both fought in World War II and partook in the war. We don't take any flack.
First of all, this was World War I, isn't it?
And but do you remember
like Battlefield? What
the main character was like?
Or no, it wasn't.
It was a black woman with a amputated arm. Do you remember that? It was like a black woman with an amputated arm. It was like a big deal. It was like, and the game fucking bombed. It tanked.
Stand up for the cause, because I think those people who don't understand it, well, you have two choices. Either accept it or don't buy the game.
Well, we don't buy the
game. Battlefield 5 ended up selling below expectations. The writing was on the wall even before launch day, since pre-orders were also disappointing to the corporate executives, and many irate gamers applauded this as another example of a company getting woke and going broke. In August of 2018, Joe made a video covering the low
DSP Historical Society sure says, boys, help me out here. What is Iron Chef Sakai? Iron Chef Sakai is like a DSP donator that tried to puppeteer things behind the scenes, but it never really worked out the way he wanted it to. Yeah.
Orders for Battlefield 5, especially when compared to the numbers for the next installment of the Call of Duty franchise. Basically, he wanted his FPS slop to sell better than the other FPS slop. More specifically, he covered all the reasons that the sales might be low that had nothing to do with social media identity political discourse.
I care about the Battlefield 5 franchise, and it sucks to watch this video because they're celebrating.
I care about the Battlefield 5 franchise? You mean the
like
Battlefield franchise?
That for EA? Yeah.
But he's acting like it's like the 5, it's its own franchise. Like,
what?
By the way, if you cared about a franchise, wouldn't you want it to be good?
They are celebrating the destruction and the lower sales of the battle.
Yes!
Okay.
Games that suck deserve to be spit on.
Yeah, the game went political and shat on a large portion of its audience and told people not to buy the game. And then when the numbers were lower than expected, everyone celebrated it because they're like, good, well, you got punished in the marketplace because we didn't like what you did.
Well,
like, what are we supposed
like,
is the government supposed to buy copies of the game, Joe, in order to prop it up so that your favorite for like, what are we talking about? It failed in the market, bro.
Well, Ubisoft, right? Ubisoft fucking had to fire, I think, 1,500 people recently, right? And some people are like, Ubisoft sucks, but it sucks people are being fired. No, it's not. You, as a company, if you make shit games, you can't, like, the people who are, like, making this shit need to be fired. Sony's now yelling at fucking, what's it called, the Marathon, Bungie. And I swear, like, Bungie's going to be fucking closed down in a year or two. It's like, oh, but poor them, their jobs. This is corporate welfare at this point. It's what it is. Corporate welfare. It's like, oh, yeah, look, we have to give them money because fuck off.
Battlefield 5 franchise due to those goddamn liberals and those goddamn social warriors putting women in battlefield.
Social warriors.
Yeah. But you're allowed to advocate for your politics, but we're not allowed to advocate for ours. Just fuck off.
Yeah, I fucking hate Joe.
The reason why to them that Battlefield 5 is having lower pre-orders is because there are women on the box, there are women featured prominently in the trailers.
But listen, they could have put women in it and not talked down to the audience and told them not to buy it. Anytime someone tells you if you don't like it, don't watch it, or if you don't like it, unsubscribe, like chances are they're going to, right? You shit on them and call them stupid or misogynistic or this or that. Like, people don't like that.
Exactly.
For women in multiplayer.
Given what we know about Joe's personal beliefs, it's unsurprising that he didn't agree with the complaints about the female character. In fact, he thought it was an incredibly silly thing for people to get mad about. This was an outrage to people who had followed Joe in their war against greedy video game corporations for years. They thought EA was the epitome of what he stood against, and it was unthinkable to them that Angry Joe would
the epitome, you've heard that word, right?
Sing the praises of one of their titles like this. Some even accused him of becoming a paid shill. One of the people who got mad at Joe was The Quartering, a conservative YouTuber who had been covering the Battlefield 5 outrage for a while. He accused Vargas of misrepresenting the controversy and of deleting negative comments. Joe then uploaded a response to The Quartering's video denying the allegation of comment deletion and showcasing all the vitriol that had still been there.
Hours?
Can we not, like, how... Can we ever escape Jer? Like, I thought this would be the one segment that surely would be 100% free of Jer.
Wait, what? Jer's involved? I stopped paying attention. What happened?
Yeah, no, Quartering is like felting Joe for
I
being
can't
woke
do it.
In his eyes, this proved the idea that a lot of Battlefield 5 detractors had bigoted motivations.
Angry Joe.
Gamer from Mars was smart. He skimmed over the Jer section, knowing that he can't give the flowers to Jer or fucking he's gonna get raped in the comments.
I'll award it to him, but I'm sure he did it in such a way that was so retarded that Joe was able to wriggle out of being completely felted, is my guess.
You fucked up, you fat cuck. Bale made a cuck. God, you really are a cuck. You sell out with a fag. Angry cuck show.
Yeah, she read that word.
Whoa.
Not my Joe. Well, he's a dirty fucking Mexican.
Yo, what the fuck?
Like,
Jesus.
Sell out. Pissed off Pedro.
It should be noted that when Battlefield 5 finally launched, Vargas was much more critical of it.
Reading that out. You didn't have to do that humiliation ritual to yourself. You see, they're being mean on the internet.
Your Jared's live in 2
People anonymous
hours.
on a keyboard are being racist.
Hey, Jared's
Okay,
live in
Joe.
2 hours. Do we stream tonight?
I know. Do we make it? I don't think
I'm
we'll make
actually.
it. I think we're out of here in 10 minutes. Yeah.
At this point, the situation had grown beyond that, as it launched a long-standing beef between Angry Joe and the quartering. The two got into several heated arguments on Twitter over the years.
I'm going to be real. I'm on Joe's side on this.
September of 2020 about football players showing support for Black Lives Matter. A similar incident to the Battlefield 5 saga happened with the release of Star Wars Episode 8: The Last Jedi. You don't need me to tell you about the controversy surrounding this movie, since the effects of it are still being felt to this very day. Nobody was able to have a neutral opinion. It was either the single greatest or single worst thing to ever happen to Star Wars.
The case. I mean, it was definitively the worst thing to ever happen to Star Wars, but there were people who would like fence sit it and say it was mid or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know, but it was a very polarizing movie. And basically the only people who did support The Last Jedi did so exclusively for political reasons, in that they loved the subversion of an iconic franchise and the desecration and destruction of Luke Skywalker. Like, that's what it was.
Was largely positive on it, which in and of itself courted some controversy. But even though he liked the movie, he still posted a video with his friends titled Top 10 Reasons Why The Last Jedi Made Me Angry. The image of the thumbnail spread briefly as a meme on Twitter, leading to Joe inadvertently becoming one of the faces of the anti-Last Jedi crowd online. Many people who didn't watch his video just assumed he flat out hated the film. That group was sorely disappointed a few days later when Vargas posted another vlog titled Top 10 Things I Got Wrong About The Last Jedi, going over the way he had...
I'll be like, I saw Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker one time each.
Never watched.
And that was enough. And that was enough times, you know.
Are you
and
watching
Rise
the
of
Mandalorian
Skywalker.
movie?
No, I'm not. And to be honest, like Rise of Skywalker was like the last Indiana Jones movie where I went to it out of complete obligation, to where it's like I have to finish it, but it was a blasphemy and I should have just not, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't watch that shit.
Had accidentally misrepresented the film in his previous upload. This infuriated onlookers who believed Joe was backpedaling his opinion. Others once again accused him of selling out when they discovered his network, Maker Studios, was owned by Disney. To be honest though, none of those incidents are all that bad. Sure, they may have harmed Joe's credibility in the eyes of some people, but there's really no evidence to suggest he was actually
the worst experience I've ever had at a movie. Was seeing Phoebe Waller-Bridge knock Indiana Jones out cold.
Potential to destroy his career.
To be fair, he is old.
If someone wanted to attempt that, they would need some stronger ammunition. This brings us to June 20th, 2020, when a Twitter user named Ashley came forward with a story from April of 2018. According to her, she had met Joe during a party at the PAX East gaming convention, and the two had followed each other on Twitter. After she got back to her Airbnb, she messaged him and offered to go to his panel the next day, to which he replied, "Def, see you at the panel," which I haven't prepared for at all and will most likely be a complete disaster. LOL.
Maybe come by and suck my balls. Oh, sorry. Cheer me up.
But maybe you can cheer me up after it sucks balls. Ashley claims to have missed the flirty tones of this message, though I don't know how. The next day after the panel, Joe allegedly whisked her away from her friend before
Oh no, so he's flirting with her. She thinks it's like a friendly interaction. This is awkward. Oh no.
She had time to react and invited her to a dinner he had scheduled with his YouTube representatives. On the cab ride there, he briefly lost his phone and asked to use Ashley's to call it, eventually discovering it was in his pocket all along. In hindsight, Ashley suspected this was a ploy to get her phone number.
Joe's game, Joe's Riz to get the phone number.
Before heading to the restaurant, the two...
That's actually a pretty good idea.
I love, though, this for Joe. I just love this for Joe. You know, this is what he deserves, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Because I just, on the face of this, think that this is totally bullshit and that he didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, of course.
Honest. But
I don't think he did.
Of course, you know, he would not grant that grace to anybody else that he disagreed with, especially politically, right?
Made a brief stop at Joe's hotel so he could take a shower. He allegedly asked her if she wanted to join him, but she refused, waiting in his room until he was finished. They then sat next to
hotel room, like, okay.
Each other awkwardly at the foot of his bed for a few minutes until their table was ready, during which time he reportedly took a selfie with her for some reason. Once at the dinner, Ashley claims Joe introduced her to everyone as his girl and didn't let her use.
Okay, now it's getting weird.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe, what the fuck is wrong with you? Does this the guy not know how to read, what the fuck?
Her phone at all to contact her friend or her boyfriend. Afterwards, she was whisked away to yet another party at a bar.
Male feminist behavior, is it? Yeah.
Where her phone was taken away for several hours. By the time she had finally got it back, Joe had gotten drunk and began angrily asking her who she was trying to contact.
Who are you texting, you fucking bitch?
Suspecting it was her boyfriend, he allegedly lashed out at Ashley, accusing her of using him for clout.
Well...
After the fact, Ashley had tweeted about the situation without naming names and had contacted Joe's management company, who claimed that it would be taken care of. When the woman saw nothing...
The fuck?
Okay, so, by the way, so what? So
this is fucking crazy, man.
Nothing coming up.
Boys, be careful out there. Jesus Christ.
I just, you know what? Even if everything she said was true, yeah, he is being creepy or it's an unpleasant experience, but it's I'm sorry, you're trying to get this guy fired and contact and destroy the guy's entire reputation forever because I don't know.
Which in hindsight, what the hell did she expect would be done? She finally decided to take matters into her own hands and publicly warn people about Joe.
You get what you deserve, don't you, Joe?
Jesus Christ!
You get what you deserve, buddy.
Holy shit! He's all right. This bitch.
But it's not he's not even being accused of rape, or did he even cop a feel or anything?
No.
He just
look. I'm gonna be real.
Was creepy and weird. It's not a crime to be creepy and weird.
But listen, man, he was taking his shot like a normal man would and should. He didn't her. What the fuck are we talking about here?
This is the thing, though, is it gets painted in this where it's was it like this? You know what I mean? You're painting him in the worst possible light, and it's still not even that big of a deal.
Oh wait, even if had a boyfriend? Did she have a boyfriend?
So did he know?
Did he know?
Maybe.
As far as evidence,
look, I hate Joe. For all the things we've talked about, but this is bullshit. Of course,
it's concerned.
Maybe it'll be crazier. Maybe it'll get crazier. But
maybe
after seeing other women come forward about other streamers, so that's the first sentence. So you're jumping on a trend at the peak of Me Too. Okay.
Yeah, that's what the shit was.
Beyond.
Remember the whole Aziz Ansari where it's the girl called it for weird. But she sucked his dick twice on 2 separate dates.
Yeah. This is the thing is like, it started off that you would believe this stuff, right? Then you realized it's like, well, a lot of the time this shit's made up. It got to the point where I didn't believe any of it anymore and thought it was all bullshit. Then I start to be like, well, that's not fair because there are genuine victims and a lot of the time the shit is true, right? So now I try and like actually evaluate it on the basis of what's going on. But this one to me just smells like bullshit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this one's for sure is bullshit.
Screenshots of text from Joe and from anonymous people from the event who agreed that she had been treated inappropriately.
What the fuck?
Whatever that means. When Ashley...
Thank you. Even Art's like, whatever that means.
Posted these allegations with Joe's name.
Allegations? Of him flirting?
Allegation? Like...
What's the allegation? He hit on you and you weren't interested.
Name attached, they quickly started making waves. You have to remember that the 2020 lockdowns were the absolute height of Me Too stories about YouTubers on Twitter, bringing even more attention to this tale than it otherwise may have gotten. Joe chimed in a couple of days later.
My lawyers are now involved.
False accusations. I got her number. I asked her out. Okay.
Later, unequivocally denying the claims and stating that his lawyer
I get
would
it.
be
Like
getting involved.
Allegations of getting drunk and being weird and calling her his girlfriend before they even had a legitimate conversation with each other. Yeah, there's a lot of red flags there. If that's 100% what went down, but there's no real proof that went down. And if it did, and it went down exactly how she said, which it never usually goes down exactly how these people said, especially when there's alcohol involved and celebrity around and an incentive to create an incendiary narrative. Do you know what I mean? Then, and it's like you couldn't even make up. Now, maybe because there is nothing crazy there, it really did all go down that way. Because if she was lying, wouldn't you say he grabbed a feel or he slapped my ass at least, if not outright he raped you? Do you know what I mean? So maybe there is some truth to it, but it's kind of like a he said, she said situation where the allegations are just that he's a creep and not that he really did anything like illegal or truly fucked.
Yeah, okay. And it goes back to your point where it's like, well, Joe, this is what you get for defending Anita Sarkeesian and the left.
But this is what I think. I don't even think he should have ever addressed this. I don't think I wouldn't have even dignified this, like this attempt to control the narrative.
It's slander.
Like,
it's just slander. You don't respond to slander. It's retarded. Stupid.
You know, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. It's a tough situation because until it happens
touch her
to you,
leg even? Like what happened?
What's he said here?
That he posted a twit longer giving his side. As he tells it, he had never suggested having sex, nor had he ever prevented her from contacting her friends.
I mean, if you read the DM that he sent, which is the hard evidence that we have, he's clearly suggesting it go in a sexual direction.
Yeah.
Clearly.
But flirting is legal. Like, if the girl doesn't respond.
But then this is like an overcorrection where it's like now you're saying you didn't even want to fuck her. You obviously wanted to fuck her.
Yeah, you're right. Now he's going
what I mean?
full,
and now, that's to me, it's bullshit.
He should have been like this. I thought she was attractive. I was trying to flirt with her. She didn't want to. I didn't do anything creepy besides trying to flirt with her. The end. That's it. That's like
DSP Historical Society, sure, for 1,000 kicks says, Chad, I love you, no homo, and he loves us, no homo.
I love you,
thank God you said no homo, buddy.
Thank you. And also, everyone for the big support today. And my one-eyed wonder weasel with a 410. What a fucking king. All you are king, because for everything, for Claire, Order Father. I can say thank you here all day, but we're about to faint of tiredness. I am, at least.
Ashley had simply been an invited guest who hung out with him for a day, nothing more or less. While we don't know exactly how the situation transpired after Joe made the statements, Ashley deleted her blog post with her accusations.
Felted.
And hasn't been active online for several years.
Good. Like, see, like, that's my point. It wasn't like, look, if he copped the feel when she was drunk. Like, okay, this is crazy. But come on, men can't flirt without it being like, oh, he's creeping. You have to cancel him. Like, it's retarded.
Well, it's like, no, but you can say that the person's a creep, right? But like, it's this like attempt to like ruin the person completely. And everybody knows, like, when you come forward with these allegations against a public figure, like, people know what it is, right? It's an attempt to completely destroy them. And it's not, this is the thing, is it's become like the worst crime in the world to make a woman uncomfortable, you know? And obviously you don't want to make women uncomfortable and be creepy, but it shouldn't mean it's the end of somebody's life because they're a spurg or socially awkward in some way. Exactly. I don't think that that's crazy.
While the woman's story was bizarre as it frames some awkward flirting as a Me Too story.
Exactly. That's my point.
At the same time, Joe claiming that he didn't have a romantic interest in
And there you go, Ash. The overcorrection made it even weirder.
Her is also laughable. Come on, man. You met a random girl at a convention, invited her to a restaurant with your YouTube reps to look like a big shot, and brought her back to your hotel room as you invited her to take a shower.
Yeah.
Let's not deny what was going on here. Like, you didn't do anything illegal, so why present it like you just wanted to be friends? That essentially brings us to modern day, as Joe has mostly stayed out of the public since then. He was tangentially involved in the Change the Channel controversy when practically every Channel Awesome creator made a mass exodus from the site. Unlike his peers though, Joe made very little noise about it, only posting a single tweet saying he had left the site for unspecified reasons. These days, the vast majority of the content on the Angry Joe Show channel are unscripted discussion videos, with proper angry reviews popping up once in a blue moon. Even then, many of the videos in this series have become off-the-cuff conversations.
Yeah.
This has undoubtedly alienated a lot.
It's also like Twitch clips. There's some that are like all Twitch clips.
Yeah, it's all clips from his Twitch live stream. Like, it just feels so lazy and shit now.
Yeah,
like,
man.
It's been a long time since I go there now to get the review on a game. It really has been. It's been years.
I'll go there for nostalgia purposes for a second, but like, yeah, I agree. It's very, very few and far between.
Of his former fan base, but he makes enough money to sustain his lifestyle for the foreseeable future. Outside of YouTube, he also still spends a lot of time arguing on Twitter, but he mainly sticks to politics.
If this is the worst like dirt you can dig up on somebody that's been online for nearly 20 years, you know,
it's more just point and laugh.
It's not. Yeah, it is. It is.
Rather than video game discourse. In conclusion, I put Joe in an archetype I like to call the YouTube boomer. Now approaching middle age, he appears to have given up on trying to reinvent his content, instead sticking to providing easy-to-make videos to an aging millennial audience that watches as comfort food. Regardless of how you feel about his current content, it can't be understated how iconic he was during the early days of online video reviews. And the fact that he never really got into any major controversies in his 20-year career should be commended.
All right, fun video.
All right.
What a fun episode of Kino, guys. Thank you so much.
That's gonna end it for us here tonight, guys. We'll see you on the next one.
Locals is gonna be on Thursday or Sunday. I can't.
No, buddy, you gotta do it. I'm doing the fucking Gumroad tomorrow.
I'm going to listen, guys.
Josh will felt me. He'll be like, "You had 6 hours sleep." He'll press me. He'll be like, "You had 4 hours sleep, bro. You're good." He does. He'll fucking press me like that. It's like,
listen, maybe we'll see. We'll see how I feel. I'll message you all later. All right, guys. Thank you.
All right. Let's see you on the next one.
Bye. Yay.